Just thinking so that you can be able to use.
Yeah. Okay. Did you? What did you? Okay. Did you add that?
We have added.
Okay.
You know about typing error because always on our agenda on the closure.
Oh yeah. Good morning, honorable members, honorable MECs, and your entourage, honorable chairpersons, honorable members of the legislature, representative from the Department of Social Development and Department of Treasury, management and board of Great North Transport, officials from legislature, our listener at home, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this important joint committee meeting convened to consider matters affecting Great North Transport, an entity that plays a critical role in providing public transport services to the people of Limpopo, particularly those residing in rural and underserved communities. The significance of today's engagement cannot be overstated. Great North Transport serves as a lifeline for thousands of commuters who depend on reliable, affordable, and safe public transport to access employment opportunities, education, healthcare services, and other essential social and economic activities. Any challenges affecting the sustainability and performance of GNT therefore have direct consequence for the well-being of our communities and the development of our province. As Oversight Committee, we have a constitutional responsibility to ensure that public resources are managed efficiently, transparently, and in a manner that delivers value to our citizens. The concerns that have arisen regarding the operations, governance, financial management, service delivery, and overall sustainability of Great North Transport require our collective attention and coordinated intervention. This joint sitting brings together the expertise and mandates of the committee responsible for economic development, social development, public account oversight, and financial governance. Through this collaborative approach, we seek to obtain a comprehensive understanding of the challenges facing GNT, assess the effectiveness of measures already implemented, and identify practical solutions that will strengthen the entity's performance and long-term viability. We expect today's discussion to be frank, constructive, and solution-oriented. Our objective is not merely to identify shortcomings, but to ensure accountability, improve governance, safeguard public funds, and ultimately enhance the quality of service provided to the people of Limpopo. I therefore encourage all stakeholders present to engage openly and provide accurate and comprehensive information to assist the committee in fulfilling their oversight responsibilities. As we deliberate on these matters, let us remain guided by our shared commitment to good governance, public service excellence, and the socio-economic development of our province. With these remarks, I formally welcome everyone and declare this joint committee meeting duly open. Thank you very much. Honorable members, honorable MEC, we have an agenda on the screen. We have opening and welcome that I just did, the roll call and apologies, and the confirmation of the agenda with and the briefing by the department on the following: detailed update report on suspension of GNT executives and the status of suspended officials reportedly. Can you go through those things? Just read it. Light. Just go through those, the briefings. I just read the first one. Oh, thank you very much. We have 4.1, which is detailed update report on the suspension of GNT executives and the status of suspended officials reportedly still on the payroll, including the budget spent on the hearing. 4.2 is a detailed update report on the implementation of GNT turnaround strategy to ensure self-sustainability of the entity. 4.3 is the detailed update on the payment of pension fund to former employees and beneficiaries of GNT employees. 4.4 is detailed status report of buses that are operational and those that are not operational in each depot, and the progress on the purchasing of new buses, as well as the leasing of buses per depot, including the route and depots in Mpumalanga province. 4.5 is challenges of GNT and strategies to overcome them. Number 5 is the deliberations. 6 is way forward, announcement and closure. Honorable members, if there are no additions, can one adopt the agenda? Honorable Matlo.
Thank you, Chair. Hereby move for the adoption of the agenda.
Any seconder?
Thanks, Chair. I second the mover.
Thank you very much. On roll call and apologies, because this today is not what we are used to, is something else. We are going to introduce ourselves. I'm going to start with honorable members and then the officials of the legislature. Then from there, I'll hand over to honorable MEC. Starting with myself, I'm Honorable Mokaba, the chairperson of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to our MECs and honorable members. My name is Maseka Piedi, chairperson of Treasury.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning. My name is Esther Mokwele, the chairperson of Scopa.
Morning, Mrs. Select Produce and Management colleagues. I'm Nkakareng Rakhwale, the member of Portfolio Committee on Agriculture Treasury.
Dori Wandi Machironi. My name is Honorable Nepomron TC, member of Scopa.
Morning, Chair. My name is Jacques Mann. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee of Ledet. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Christina Mohale, a member of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'm Doran Nenguda from Social Development Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, greetings. My name is Manama Rogers. I'm an ordinary member of Social Development.
Morning, Chair, and greetings to our members of the Executive Council. Nagi Joshua Mato, the local committee, Portfolio Committee, Treasury.
Thanks, Chair. The name is Honorable Letswalo Mapula, member of the Key Portfolio Treasury. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Matubani Jamso Toma, member of both Scopa and Social Development.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good morning to you, Chair, and our MECs, my fellow members, and the departments that are here. Good morning. My name is Aveli Cyril Jack, a member of Ledet, but not ordinary. I'm just a member.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and honorable members, and our guests as well, including the MEC. My name is Ebi Magolo. I'm the member of the Social Development Portfolio. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to you and colleagues, MECs and departments who are here. My name is Wesley Maringa. I'm a member of the Ledet Committee. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mrs. HODs. My name is Malabim Kondere. I am a committee coordinator for Ledet.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, members, Mrs. My name is Okala. I'm a committee coordinator for Ledet.
Good morning. My name is Shirok Neruhene, researcher for Portfolio Committee on Ledet.
Good morning. My name is Carol Swan.
Good morning. My name is Jerry. Scopa. Good morning. I'm Mr. Lafishi, Committee Coordinator.
Good morning to you all. My name is Samara Keiza, Committee Coordinator, Provincial Treasury.
My name is Rachel Siano, researcher for UB. Morning. My name is Sharon Tekeleko, coordinator for Scopa. Good morning. My name is Sarah Yatsela, senior manager research responsible for Portfolio Committee on Treasury.
Good morning. My name is Katie Mamabolo, legal advice.
Morning, Mawara Nechizero, Communication Services.
Good morning. I'm Azali Mangami, IT.
Good morning. I'm Christina Moasha. I'm the committee coordinator for the Portfolio Committee on Social Development.
Morning, everyone. My name is Faith Mosutu, Committee Researcher for Social Development.
Well done.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Apologies on our side before I hand over to Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, once again. I do have the following apologies. Apology from Honorable Kufama Boza, Honorable Mapaulo, Honorable Machomane, and Honorable Nisi will join us along the way. Honorable Shai is not feeling well, as Honorable Mate, the Chairperson of Social Development, is not feeling well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable MC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you and good morning to other chairpersons that are here, Treasury, Scopa, and other honorable members who are part of this session. My name is Stereke Baldwin Matibe, the MEC for Ledet. Fine. It is good when it is said by you, not me saying it myself.
Good morning, the chairpersons of our committees, honorable members, MECs, and colleagues. My name is Matozera Tumbo. I'm the head of Department for Economic Development, Environment, and Tourism.
Good morning, Chairperson of the committee, the Chair of Scopa, Chair of Treasury, honorable members of all portfolios. My name is Khabu Mawai, MEC for Finance.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning to all the honorable chairs of the various committees and members, MECs, colleagues. My name is Gavin Pratt. I'm the head of the Provincial Treasury. Thank you.
Morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, honorable MECs and HOD. My name is Silence Makubele, the interim chairperson of LEDA.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone, MECs, honorable MECs, members, colleagues. My name is Jason Gobeni. I'm the Group C of LEDA. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable MECs. My name is Rutendo Mabusha. I am the Group CFO of LEDA and the G&T Accounting Authority.
Morning, Honorable Chair, honorable committee members, honorable MECs, colleagues. My name is Ntsewa Mukobane. I'm acting CEO G&T.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members and the honorable MECs and the HODs and colleagues. My name is Charles Mashele, the acting CFO G&T.
My name is Chair Selani. I'm recently appointed as a special trustee responsible for governance, legal, and legislative. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members, honorable members. My name is Peter, a member of the G&T Special Task.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable MECs, our HODs, and colleagues. My name is Desiree from the Provincial. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MECs and colleagues. My name is Kennedy Teresa from the Provincial Treasury.
Good
morning, Honorable Chairperson and all protocol observed from Masidani RC from the Presidential Treasury.
Good morning, protocol observed. My name is Moladelo Talani from Ledet, the shareholder representative in Ledet. Good morning, protocol observed. My name is Scopa,
Good morning, all protocol observed. My name is Shimala Bongo from the head of MC.
Good morning, Chair, and all protocol observed. My name is Moladelo from Ledet.
Good morning, Chair. All protocol observed. My name is Elias Martinolani from the Group Head Legal Services at Legal. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Honorables. My name is Moloko Mambata, GNG Special Support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable MEC, any apologies on your side?
From my side, we are all here.
All here.
Those
I don't have to-
required, I don't know from Treasury.
No, do we? Okay. No, thank you very much. I did my own agenda that I've already confirmed. So we are on number 4, which is briefing by the department on the following: the detailed update report on the suspension of GNT executive and the status of suspended officials reportedly still on the payroll, including the budget spent on the hearing, and the detailed update report on the implementation of GNT turnaround strategy to ensure self-sustainability of the entity, and the detailed update on the payment of pension fund to former employees and beneficiaries of GNT employees. The detailed status report of buses that are operational and those that are not operational in each depot, and the progress on the purchasing of new buses, as well as the leasing of buses per depot, including the routes and the routes and depots in Mpumalanga province. And number 4 is the challenges of GNT and strategies to overcome them. Honorable MEC, I think we are going to give the report of all those briefings. You're going to brief us from 4.1 to 4.5 before I can allow honorable members to come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you once again, other chairpersons, honorable members that are here. We want to appreciate the opportunity to come and present to the joint portfolio committees, portfolio committee on Ledet, Treasury, Scopa, as well as social development. I will allow the HOD to take us through, together with his team from Group CEO and Group CFO, to take us through all these presentations. They will exchange in terms of who will be presenting the report from themselves, and then we'll come back to you. If there are any issues left, I will then cover up before we bring the reports. I must indicate, Chairperson, before they even report on 4.1, there is one matter which is still outstanding, I will implore to the Joint Portfolio Committee that, which is still subject to care because there is a suspended official who is still undergoing disciplinary process. I don't want us to compromise the processes. Firstly, in terms of POPI Act, and secondly, in terms of subject to care, because the matter is still on the roll. We can only report the process, but not details of the charges and everything. But we have sent all the reports to the committee. We can only do that if it is in committee. I'm just scared that if it is an open, we might compromise the processes because he's still undergoing disciplinary process. But it will be through the indulgence of the chair. But the processes and the budget and everything, we should be able to report. But otherwise, I will just implore on that one only so that we don't compromise the disciplinary processes which are still ongoing. But we'll allow the team led by the HOD to do the presentations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We have provided the response to cover the areas 4.1 to 4.5. They are contained in this portfolio, which has been shared. I will request the interim accounting authority and the interim CEO of GNT, Ms. Lutendo Mabusha, and Mr. Dr. Ntsiwa Mkobane to respond to the questions following one another.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, MEC and HOD. Chairperson, Dr. Ntsiwa will take us through the report, and then I will come at the end after his presentation just to highlight some of the items that he spoke to. But he'll take us through the detailed presentation that was shared with the committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will follow this presentation through the structure that was reflected earlier when the agenda was unpacked. And in that way, I would actually start, this report with the first one, which is the update on the executive management suspensions. Okay. So my apology. The process where it is now, it's such that since the suspension of the 3 executives, the 2 executives have since agreed or settled with the board, and they have ultimately resigned from the employ of Great North Transport. And that agreement happened in December 2025, on different dates in December 2025. And this refers to the CFO, Chief Financial Officer, and the Chief Operations Officer. And as we speak now, the process is where the Chief Executive Officer is still undergoing the process. And as this is a labor process, there's delays here and there due to the requirement of fairness into this process. So at any given point, if the the employer or the employee has other things that need to be looked into, then it delays the process. So I think those are some of the things that has led to the process running from June, because the suspensions happened, I think, on the 29th of May 2025. So the process has run this long due to the realities of the disciplinary hearings. And as of now, the sitting of the next hearing is scheduled for 17th, 18th, and 19th of June. And we hope that major progress will be registered during that sitting. Our wish is always that we can come to the finality of this matter. And the second point that we need to register is that so far the costs for the 3 executives has come to the amount of 2,025,000. I will move from this point to the turnaround, which is the next point, 4.2. 4.2. Here, this turnaround is brought upon by the realities that GNT as an institution has experienced a lot of problems, operational problems, in totality, technical and so on, leading to a situation where GNT for some time now, in terms of years, has not been able to do the routes that are awarded to it by the Department of Transport and Community Safety. And to that extent, GNT is still not able to perform 100% in terms of the routes that are awarded to it. Now, that has led to a situation where we as GNT, we generate less revenue than the operational expenses. So the cost structure is such that we have more expenses, fixed expenses and variable expenses together, less than the revenue that we can generate. And the problem comes from the reality that we have got less buses on the road than we are supposed to have, so that we can at least bring the expenses below the revenue. Currently, GNT has got 282 routes that it has to do, and in terms of kilometers per annum, it's 9,941,484 kilometers. And out of these kilometers, we have to subcontract 30% of the routes to the emerging and affected operators where GNT operates standalone contracts. This subcontracting is not wrong. It is the contract that is awarded to all operators, all bus operators in the province. So what we are just laying on the table here is that of this 9,941,484 kilometers, we still need to subcontract 30% of it, and would remain with just over 6 million kilometers per annum. And then furthermore, to resolve this problem, GNT over time has actually, diminished to the extent that the ratio, the bus-man ratio excluding drivers is such that now it's bigger than the buses, or it's more than the buses that are there. So in a nutshell, GNT now has got more staff than the operation can carry. And to that effect, if we have to balance the busman ratio, we need to also, have 29.8 million to release some staff. And furthermore, we need to fix 96 buses so that we can have, the buses over and above that, the buses that were purchased to do the routes that are given, 100% of the routes that are given. Here we're just giving the overview. We'll get to, the problem that must be solved. We'll get into the details as we go along. Now, on the overview here, we, at some point, at the lowest point that we hit in terms of our fleet problems was a point where we had 58 buses in May. It was a point where, due to breakdowns and other leased buses being halted, we hit that lowest point. However, we have since recovered from that point. So the table that you see here is an illustration of the imbalances in terms of the revenue and the expenses. And coming this way where we are today, we can show here that the total expenses that we have, it's 46,169,079 rand per month. That's the rough expenses per month. And the average revenue that we generate is 34,057,932 per month. That's an average. So that shows that we have a shortfall, a monthly shortfall of just over 12 million, as you can see here. So it's an illustration of the problem. If you ask me, what is your problem? I would answer and say, my problem is to cover up, to generate, and to also manage expenses to the extent that I wipe off this 12 million so that at least we can break even. So the efforts that you would see following this discussion here, it's how do we want to solve this problem? How do we resolve the problem? We do have the problem illustrated numerically, or in terms of numbers, and in terms of where we want to be in order to see the positive. Because when you see the minus 12 million there, the next question is, when are you going to produce the result that solve it? So we have got a table here. This table has considered the issues that I raised earlier when one was describing the GNT problem, to say, how do we solve this problem? And we have shown here, if I can just go back, that we must operate all the routes. We must operate all the routes, and then we must subcontract the 30%, and then we must balance or reduce the workforce to match the ability of the company, and then we must also fix these 96 buses. Now, when these 4 bullet points are put together and put in motion, these are the results that we must produce. And these results here show that with all efforts and being very, very conservative, in terms of the projections here, we show that we should have a positive by January 2027, whereby we will begin to say this shortage of 12 million is no longer there. And then I just need to at least register some progress so far, because while the target it's right somewhere up there, what is the progress? We need to then tell what is the progress so far. So far, since the lowest point that I have shown earlier, the lowest point of having 58 buses on the road, we have grown the revenue by 582%, increasing it, the operational revenue, and then we have increased the passenger rate by 8.9%, and then we also have increased the number of buses to a daily average of 219, which represents 277 growth. And then also, as far as the diesel is concerned, we have procured the diesel through participation in the transversal contract, which is a national treasury contract. And this assists us as well to cap the irregular expenditure, because historically you would see that GNT has used to have a high irregular expenditure, and part of the highest amounts were diesel, because diesel is also a very high cost driver in GNT. And then when we talk about this bullet 3 here of increasing buses to an average of 219, it is because of the list buses that we have put in operation. So these list buses here generate 21,523,000 per month, and they are paid 11,647,000. So they give us an average of 10 million per month, which we can use for other things in GNT. And then also the brand visibility, because this is important to us, because we are bringing GNT back. All efforts that we are putting in place, the purchasing and then the fixing of old buses, it's to have GNT back to a level where we can do 100% routes. Now, the brand visibility was important to us in that GNT should be there for its commuters, and indeed we at this stage, have a number of buses reasonably to maintain the brand visibility of GNT. And then right now, in terms of the purchasing of the 71 buses, we do have 18 buses here in Polokwane at the Hino dealership, and they needed to also perform some work on those buses, work in terms of testing and checking and whatever they have to do from the manufacturer dealer point of view, so that the buses can then be registered or transferred to GNT ownership. So, and then we have 7 buses at the factory ready to come here, but due to space at Hino, they were not able to come here as we speak. So we practically have 25 complete units that are there, and every week the manufacturer is completing 4 units to bring to us. So in a nutshell, at the end of April, we received 7, and then end of May, we received 18 in terms of finished products. And then in terms of the targets, we will receive 16 June, another 16 July, and then the last 14 end of August. Then the entire 71 would be delivered. Now, the buses that are here, the work that the dealership had to do is complete, and today we are going to register 7 buses, because we have now received documentation of ownership as GNT. And yesterday the work to get the papers with the Department of Transport was done, and we know the amount that we must pay. They've given us the amount, and then today we'll pay it, and we'll have the discs for those buses, and accordingly operating licenses will then be transferred and issued on those buses, and we should be able to say exactly when we will put them into operation later this week, and that will happen in Giyani. We are going to put them in Giyani, the first batch that we have. So we will basically be receiving ownership documents in batches, and the entire fleet that is in Polokwane's timeline is to have the ownership documents by Friday being given, and therefore be able to register all of them, and next week start to put them in operation. While we'll be receiving 4 deliveries per week to make it 16 for this month and the next month. And then this paragraph that you see here, it's just showing the key pillars of the turnaround strategy. This GNT strategy, it's standing on 3 legs, which is the purchasing of the buses, I spoke about it, and then the leasing of the buses, I spoke about it, and the fixing of the buses. And as you can see here, it talks about 40 refurbished, because these are the actual targets that were in the APP, hence we did not even tamper with changing the target here. But we can confirm that we had an adjustment of 4 million in November, December to fix buses, and we have fixed 15 as per what was available at that time. The 5 buses are in Makado from that 15, they are there, and then the 4 buses were fixed from Sishu but transferred to Hoedspruit, they are working there, and then the 6 buses remained in Sishu to work here. And then with this leg of refurbishing or fixing, we have also been privileged with the budget, and that budget it's targeting to fix 55 buses up to November, so that we can, as we finish the units, gradually put them into operation to augment our own buses in the operation. Now, that in itself says we also, at the same time, phase out the leased buses, because the intention has always been to have our own buses in operation as quickly as possible. But at a given time, when we did not have any bus to put, any additional bus to put on the road, the lease aspect or the lease strategy now needed to be put in place, so that GNT can remain on the road, and we can also honor the contract that we have with the Department of Transport. Hence, the buying and the fixing of our own buses is also triggering the release of the leased buses gradually in terms of how they also came. The table that we are illustrating here shows that you can see these are the depots that we have, and then the number of buses that we have as well here. This first column is showing the leased buses, and then the expiration dates, as you can see here, in terms of when those leased buses will be released, and then also the number of buses releasing them per given time. You can see, for instance, Marble Hall come twice here because we have 2 dates, 2 months to replace the leased buses here. As you can see, Motetama comes here, and then it also comes here. You can see Sishu is also coming several times because they get phased out in different months as we fix the other buses. Because in terms of the new ones, end of August, all the 71 will be here, and they will be replacing, as you can see here. Even this first dating that you see here it's from these new buses that we have, even the 10 here, plus the 6 here. This is 16 for this Marble Hall. Then they'll be phased out in that manner. And then we go on here to illustrate the savings that come with the total phasing out of the leased buses. It comes to this figure that we see here, this 12 million. That will be a saving when we operate with our own buses. And then obviously it brings the maintenance part, because currently with the leased buses, we don't do maintenance on them as GNT, the owners maintain them. So when we have our own buses, then we bring the maintenance. So the maintenance cost is calculated as just under 800,000, of which it then says that the effect of releasing the leased buses will be just over 11 million, which is the actual funds that we would have saved by operating with our own fleet. And we are working towards that in this manner. So here it's just an illustration of the current contract, which is what we are doing. And then this is the kilometers that I spoke about earlier at the beginning, the 9,941,484. And then after subcontracting, we would have let me just say, roughly 7 million kilometers that we do ourselves as GNT. We have got a table here. The table illustrates risks and mitigations, so I would not really go into that, but we are just illustrating that there are risks that we have, we appreciate, and we are, mitigating them so that we ultimately get to where, we want to go to in terms of breaking even and beginning to make margins, so that we are able to maintain the operations. Because if we do make margins, then we'll be able to replace buses even at one stage when they are old and they require replacement. Now, the other aspect that it's really very, very critical, it's the efficiencies in operations, because the reason why you would have a very optimal operation at some stage, which also GNT experienced in the early 2000s, where GNT has operated over 496 buses. There were efficiencies that were there. GNT experienced them. So even now, when we talk about ramping up and turning GNT around, there must be some accompanying efficiencies that we need to put in place so that we don't fall again into this trap where, a lot of things have gone wrong. And we particularly, emphasize it so that the Honorable Committee can see that while we emphasize more of bringing the buses back on the road, but there is also an accompanying efforts to keep them on the roads. When we have them on the roads, they must be kept on the roads. And that is why, we are talking about values that we are inculcating now to our GNT people. And then we also talk about human capital efficiencies, operational efficiencies, and stakeholder efficiencies and asset growth. And then we also, emphasize the technical efficiencies, because if we do not look after these buses, we will lose them as fast as we cannot even imagine. So there are specific non-negotiables that we have listed in this figure here, which talks to the maintenance of these buses. And then on the issue of legacy pension funds, GNT has problems, and GNT has been having these problems for a long time, over some years. And during all this time, GNT would have not having enough money to pay the pension funds. And why the pension funds in particular, it's an issue of coincidence, because the dates of paying these big amounts, the 25th of every month is the actual net pay that goes to the employees. So GNT would pay that. But the next 2 weeks is the 7th, where statutory obligations must be paid, pension funds, SARS, third-party deductions. Now, GNT has not billed enough to cover up that payment. Hence, the statutory payments, it's always the one that suffer in terms of how we see it historically. And then that has led to instances where GNT would have areas in terms of paying over the contributions to pension fund administrators. Now, when GNT gets the money, which oftentimes was through Treasury allocation, GNT would then pay those contributions in areas, plus penalties. And the finding that we've just got now when we were working on this matter recently with the services of the actuaries is that when GNT pays those areas and some interest, GNT did not, in all instances, calculate the penalties to the required amount. The Financial Services Contract Authority requires that when you pay penalties, you pay prime plus 2% of what you have not paid before. So the shortfall between the penalties that GNT paid and prime plus 2% of at those different instances led to a situation where GNT has this shortfall, 2,499,000. Now, because this has happened over many years, when you then calculate it to today, at the very same rate, when actuaries calculated it to today, it then came to an amount of 9,682,000. This is as at March 2026. And then I must indicate as well that there was another, gray area on this matter of pension funds, which is availability of data. The data that is available here, it's up to 2002. And then that is what can, with certainty, be calculated to be this 9,682,000. But GNT was there before 2002. And in terms of the scope, the actuaries was procured to start at 1992 to date. So the period between 1992 to 2002, where there is no data available, actuaries build models, the actuarial calculations, they did how they did it and so on. So the estimate there was that for this period of 10 years between 1992 to 2002, the amount that we owe would amount around 8,864,000, which come together with the 9,682,000. It sums to 80,546,000. So this is what, as we are seated here, we can say that draft information that we have says, as GNT, we owe this money to the former employees. How it arose, the shortfall in penalties, between what was actually paid as penalties and what is actually required in terms of the prime plus 2%. We are going to have another meeting on the 10th of June, I think, which is tomorrow. We are mediated by South African Human Rights Commission here in at the Polokwane office. So tomorrow we'll have a meeting with the representatives of the former employees and the actuaries as well to give us what we agreed that it should be the final meeting. Our wish and our expressions, all of us in that meeting, was that tomorrow would be the last meeting, given the amount of work that was done on this matter. So these figures that I've given you are likely to change because there were other inputs that were made in the previous meeting which needed the actuaries to do some other work. So we will expect some changes on this figure, on these figures that we presented today, but what we have as of now, before tomorrow's meeting, is these figures that we presented here. The other section of our report, it's about the status of the buses. Own buses in operation, 55, and then 96 fixable, and then 2,002 require more attention to fix them. Requiring more attention means we should also change even the diff and the entire engine, the entire gearbox. But the 96 are those that requires fixing, that doesn't change the entire engine, the entire gearbox, and the entire diff. And then we have 253 which are scrap buses. If you visit our depots, you will really get those scrap buses that are there that will not be fixable. And we have to clean that up. And when we check the book value of these scrap buses, it's over 12 million. And therefore, we need to remove them from the register through the Section 54 of PFMA and make sure as well that there are no mistakes or irregularities in the process. But that process, has started in the back office. And then the table here shows per depot, the numbers in terms of the categories, the ones that are operating here, and then the ones that are fixable, and then not fixable or that requires more attention, and the scraps that must be disposed. And then in total, as you can see, the total is 55 in operation, 96 fixable, and then these are the ones that we must fix this financial year, and then 202 there that requires more attention, 52, 53 to be scrapped. And then in terms of the list buses, we are here. This shows the numbers per depot. The numbers per depot. And in the last meeting when we reported here, we didn't put this note of that 9 buses were released from 1 May. In other words, they finished on the 30th of April due to poor performance. That's why there was some discrepancy in terms of the number that we were showing there and the number that we were talking about in terms of the buses that were on the road. So the total that is on the road is 168. And then the other section here, it's the Mpumalanga routes. GNT has routes in Mpumalanga. This comes from the history that Bushbuck Ridge area used to be Limpopo. And during that time, GNT was operating in that area. The routes there is to Graskop, from Bushbuck Ridge to Graskop, to Woodspruit, to Mbombela, to Hazelview. And all these routes were subcontracted. They were subcontracted when GNT started experiencing problems with buses. So because of those breakdowns and inability to do those routes, in 2019 they were subcontracted, the tender was issued, and a certain company was appointed to do these routes in Mpumalanga, from Bushbuck region to various towns, as I've mentioned earlier. Now, this contract is still running. It's still running because it was extended, I think, twice, and the end date of it is 31st March 2027. That is when this contract will come to an end, and it will now be up to how the Mpumalanga department wants to do it, whether they go for competitive bidding or negotiated route as Limpopo. It's the decision that they advised us that they will still take, and they will ultimately advise us in terms of whether they go for competitive bidding or negotiated route, and SGNT will then decide what to do with that information. The challenge is GNT's problem, as we are, the key problem. GNT has got many problems, but the key problem is this revenue that is less than expenses, and how to, manage that reality until we break even, without breaking the company. Because if you have got more expenses than your revenue, you basically have a problem, and you have to solve it there and there. And how we are, managing this situation, it's as we bring these buses, we basically reduce it, and the key way of managing it that we succeeded up to a certain point was through working capital management, which allowed us to refinance the business, from some of the expenses that you delay them to 30 days. I would give an example of diesel in this case, such that if we negotiate that we pay the diesel that on the 30th day, then we have got 30 days of refinancing, these other expenses using the money that we would have otherwise paid for that diesel. But after the Middle East crisis, the diesel service providers who are on that RT70 contract of the National Treasury advised us that they are no longer able to allow us that 30 days, so we have to pay promptly in terms of the Treasury provisions, because once a service is provided, you need to pay. And then in this case, we also started to do that as well. And I think I need also to clarify that at this point, because it was somewhere maybe said we were paying cash, as if we really pay for this diesel with hard cash. How we're paying it, it will be delivered, and the delivery notes would be processed, and then the following day we do the electronic funds transfer. So we ordinarily call it cash, but that is how it's done. So in this case, it took away, these realities that happened took away one ability that we're able to keep this ship balanced, because of refinancing some expenses using this working capital. So now, it's still a question of problems, because the shareholder assisted here and there with the expenses, and it's a balancing act that we must continue doing while we ramp up the operation to the extent that we ultimately hit the break even, as we have shown in the tables that we have updated and shared earlier on the screen. So in conclusion, these are the issues that we have. These are the problems that we have, and then we are really working around the clock to manage the problems to allow us to get to a point where we can break even, and GNT can see sustainability permanently. Thank you. Thank you, Accounting Authority.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO. Chair in the committee, I think just to re-emphasize some of the real-life issues that GNT has. We have all heard about the fact that there is theft of fuel, of diesel that we have in our depots. I think those ones are much easier to fix. The CFO currently is looking for systems in terms of how we can maneuver around those, because there's some equipment that can be purchased and then it eliminates the theft of fuel. And then there's the going cashless versus cash. So we're working around those. The new buses that have been procured, they have cameras, and then currently even in the buses that we have, there is functionalities for using your SASA cards, you're using your bank cards. So it's a process that's still in progress. We still await to see it fully mature. But then the one issue that comes in is then the lack of inspections. So the team is also working on having inspectors on the bus to deter any theft. But then the biggest problem that we face is our inability to generate sufficient revenue as we stand. And then that is mostly caused by, and the net profit as well, where we're sitting in a loss. So if there is, the cost of employment is too high at GNT, as the CEO indicated. An example of this is when you look at the Mokopane depot. Mokopane has a staff complement of 31 with only 12 buses. That staff complement was at a time when they had 23 buses. So already you have too many staff members in that one depot for the revenue that comes in. So already as you account for depot by depot, that depot would not generate as much revenue because it has a lot of cost of employment that comes in. The CEO spoke about diesel. I won't talk to that. Just looking at that one line item for cost of employment, which is why the CEO has indicated the support that would be required in terms of dealing with the cost of employment. When you are having as much losses as we do, yes, you should generate more revenue, but in areas where you've generated optimal revenue, you need to now start killing off from your costs. And then you need to, firstly, the variable costs are much easier to work around. But then the fixed costs that are day to day, month on month, those need to be addressed for us to get to a point where there is profitability. And then once we're profitable, we get to realize sustainability. And then currently, the other issue that we are also arresting as the new, as we just came in now, is the delivery of the buses. The funding for the buses, the committees will know, was provided in the previous financial year, and we should have by year end 31 March received the 71 buses. We haven't, and none of them currently are on the road, and it is something that we're taking on up with through our legal services to fast track that delivery, because the more we have of our own buses, then that relieves us from that 10 million that's paid over for leased buses. There's more revenue, there's more cash in the pocket when we replace the leased buses versus the buses that we would actually have. And then in terms of Treasury gave us 4 million, CEO did indicate that we fixed 15 buses with the fund that we got through the budget adjustment. And then now more has been provided for the refurbishment. And then we are working in terms of refurbishing, fast track it as fast as we can to make sure that that mix becomes predominantly GNT buses for us to be able to realize optimal revenue. And that comes from having own buses as opposed to leasing buses. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you very much. We'll hand over back to Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much. That will be our presentation. One key area that we requested the intervention team to look at is the salary bill versus statutory obligations. The salary bill is 10 million, statutory obligation is 7 million. They must go and look. Usually your statutory obligations are 20-25% of your salary bill. But if you look at that structure, it says our statutory obligations is 70% of our salary bill. So they must go in, deep in, because it requires investigation to say, what are the causes? Why do we have statutory obligations that is at 70% of the salary bill? It means there is a lot of things that requires intervention. There are teams, we must indicate that we have opened the case with the Hawks to investigate the issues of diesel theft, spare parts, and all other things, because it's one area, while you are putting in, there is also going out on this side in terms of diesel as well as spare parts. But we have put together a team, a technical team, HOD Ledet and HOD Treasury and the team to work on what becomes the best model that we can have for GNT. GNT cannot fall. Otherwise, we won't be able to reduce the cost of living for our people and the workers of the province. That will be our presentation, Chairperson and other chairpersons. Thank you.
Is it all the 4.1 to 4.5? Okay. Now, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We hear you. It's just that in your department, it's just too much English, but implementation is not there. And listening to Mukwebane, things that he said, that we are going to get buses next week, this is not for the first time. You know, we are going to present, then we'll say whatever I want to say, thinking that honorable members who are not noting down what you are saying. Because you come again and repeat the same thing, talking about next week. We don't know which next week are you talking about. Next week will be having so much buses. That next week, what buses? And then you come again and repeat the same thing. So I don't know. We note each and everything. We record everything that you are saying when you are here. So that is why that you are sitting in your office, talking English with no implementations. You are just talking what is in the office. You are not talking things on the ground. Honorable members, over to you. Honorable Manama.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members and Honorable Mrs. Matibe and Honorable Mawai and Entourage. Chair, just few things that I wanted us perhaps to transact and impress upon as we move, not necessary to agitate what you have already alluded to. Perhaps, Honorable MEC, just to address the scarecrow of the sub judice, I think that's where we need to start. And to demystify that myth, because we are in a constitutional democracy whereby the legislative oversight is a constitutionally mandated function. And unfortunately, you are using the public funds that people have to account on how they've expended it. So it's neither here nor there, the issue of we have approved the budget as a portfolio committee and also as the legislature. So there is nothing that we can say is sub judice in our case. I wanted, perhaps you need to solicit a legal opinion on the subject matter, but my recollection of facts, where I'm sitting from the legislative point of view, is not applicable, because and I don't want to add the English, but in English, the correct English they are saying is paradoxically oxymoronic. Gaspage. That's why I have to start. But I think what colleagues, if we are on the same wavelength of issues, is that this GNT is a going concern, and we need to agree on that point before we can move. Is an entity that is confronted with a liquidity crisis, and you said it yourself that your cash flow deficit is one of the challenges that you are experiencing and so forth. The question is, firstly, Chair, is does that governance paralysis that they were witnessing, does GND have, Honorable MEC, adequate funds, like you indicated on your parting shots, adequate funds to meet statutory payments obligations and pay employees' benefits, statutory benefits, which include your pensions, your provident fund, your medical aid premises, UIF, SDLs, and pay deductions? That's the simplest question. But also SARS. I agree you also have an obligation to pay SARS and Auditor General. At some stage, I think you were owing SARS, even Auditor General. If we can get that. The other issue, Chair, which is a cause for concern, we don't know who is who in the zoo. The separation, the mutual separation agreements. There are some discrepancies in that case, and I think we need to be taken into confidence as a committee. What do you mean? I'll state and articulate the point that you will say that you are guilty. There are some serious allegations of malfeasance and maladministration, hence you are suspended. That's the universal law that we have. From there, I come back to say, let's settle. You still have a case, a strong case against me. You say, let's settle. We settle, and in the settlement agreement, you say that you can't disclose the package. I think we need that package, the settlement packages as the portfolio committees, because you can't say, as us, who approve the budget, and say that you can have, and I will tell you why. Others are saying that you discharge a person, but you don't discharge that person on accountability. If you open a case, it means that person still had to be held accountable. But the discrepancy that is there, you have these two people that have been suspended and they negotiate to say that let's separate. And that's a mutual agreement, and it's provided for legally. If you are reasoning, is that because you felt that if you pursue the case, you will incur more expenses and you don't have money, why can't you do the same with the CEO? But the other question is when, because when you suspend the person because you don't want that person to interfere with the investigation. And there are some prescribed time frames to that effect. How long was this CEO suspended? You said the 2 million is already been incurred, but you don't have the money, but others have been settled to meet more of a selective morality that has to be dealt with. The other issue is on the issue of the appointment of the interim board. Perhaps Honorable Magwai will assist us. The interim board. What happened to the previous board? You don't tell us. This is an institution that has challenges. But Honorable Makuel, you don't tell us what happened to the board. Why do you have, I'm new in the committee. You don't tell us why this one is an interim accounting authority. What has occasioned that? To find, is it part of the intervention which you are not indicating anything about it? What led to that? And what triggered that? And so forth. Because Section 49 of the PFMA is very clear in terms of the process that you have to follow. And I think Brad will bear with me. At some stage, there was an interim board from GAL that was constituted by officials. Yes. And it was an audit query that they have to repay some of the money, if you still remember. And I see that you have followed the same route in appointing officials to come and become accounting authority that has to exercise fiduciary responsibilities. Yeah, I think, Chair, we're dealing with a patient in GNT, not GNU, okay. Which is in ICU. But my overarching observation is that we might be trying everything, the life support, to this patient, only to find that already the patient is a corpse in a mortuary. Others are busy preparing the funeral service for this patient that you think is a patient. I'm saying this because at one of the things you said that leader borrowed GNT money. That's in your report. We are more interested to know how much. What are the conditions and the conditionalities and the terms for that arrangement? But also the issue of the benchmarking, Chair, they don't tell us. There are many bus companies around. You are Bahwaduba, you are Makwapa, you are Mapirimisas of this world that are operating normally without any challenge. But we are not told anything about it, whether you have undertaken that thing. And so forth. The issue of the repositioning, the interim board, I think I'm more concerned about that, if it can be explained, Chair, to enhance the oversight on our part and like I said, the issue of benchmarking, the issue of the repositioning and reimagining and the leasing of buses. How many buses do you, a simple question, how many buses do you have currently? And how many are leased? Where are the records for transparency services? Concerns. Who are these people who are owning this company? What was the processes that has been followed to acquire the services of these people? I think those are my few observations, Chair. The break-even period, you said is September, but I think your projection goes beyond. It tells you something next year, but your break-even point is on September, as per your documents that you have provided for. But also you are not telling us about the issue of the self-sustainability that I think as the August House we have adopted as part of the turnaround, what are the concrete interventions that you are employing to ensure that you turn the situation around? But I just see that conundrum in the embassy that is there to deepen the crisis that is there. And I think let me pause here for now, and if they respond, I will be able to come back, Chair, if I think some of the questions are not
Okay, it will be
adequately.
Okay, thank you very much. It will be Honorable Smiley, then you'll follow. But the other thing that I wanted the committee to know is that of the suspension. The suspension of the three, it was on the 29th of May 2025, and they were given charges on the 28th of August 2025. Thank you very much, Honorable Smiley.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I think when you listen very well, the presenter was very vague with some of critical information. And I will say this, like, I will quote, unquote you. We received monies here and there from our shareholder. So when you make comments like here and there, it becomes extremely problematic. Because when a budget gets approved at a provincial level, there's specific key moments that we approve certain amounts. A once-off for a specific amount. And therefore, it's not clear in your analysis if you abide by those rules of those once-off payments, or you go for double dipping, triple dipping, fourth time dipping. Because if I look at your financial model, the one says where you would like to be. In a perfect world, we are going to end up here. But we're not in a perfect world. We're in a perfect world. We're in a world where you are losing 12 million plus a month, minimum. That 12 million rand a month, you must make up somehow. You either don't spend money in the manner that your APP initially put forward, or you don't pay creditors on time when you should not pay it. So you bankroll, and you might mention that you were trying to bankroll your diesel using creditors to bankroll your industry. And there's very clear Treasury regulations when it comes to paying suppliers. And not 1 minute, not 1 second, you gave an indication what is your creditors' balance due to date that has not been settled by you currently today. What are those statutory obligations? What are those other creditors that you were not able to meet on time? So if you start putting those figures out, it paints maybe a different picture to say that you are 30 million or 40 million deeper in the hole. Because, sir, in our previous meeting, you approached Treasury for 40 million. You approached Treasury for 40 million. And there was a reason why you approached Treasury for 40 million. And there was a reason why Treasury said no at that time. Rightfully so. But why does that 40 million or 60 million shortfall does not reflect in any of the reports here today? Why are we not trying to be honest, truthfully about the truth financial affairs, about where we are finding ourselves in the space of Great North Transport? You see, you will go into a meeting tomorrow where 414 employees were hoping to get their pensions. Some of them are struggling today. Some of them don't even know how to buy electricity. They don't even know how to cover their bonds or their debts. But now you're going to agree to the 18 or 20 million rand. Where does that 20 million rand comes the week thereafter? Where? And the actuary report, Honourable MEC, should be further, because that's like a consultation fee. Someone billed you to make up that report. How much did that cost? And how's that covered? Because every time I find, listen, here's 2.5 million short, here's another couple of million short. How are you paying for the actuaries? And what was that amount? And was that secured beforehand? Because the more I sit and listen, the more I question the transparency about the real financial affairs of Great North Transport here. Yes. So the board, so the question is the accounting authority, and the accounting authority has subsequently asked to leave, asked to resign, and we must be honest about it. Those are the facts. And what are those reasons? Because the reasons are that the accounting authority was in the process of to deal with the appointment of the COO, made their recommendations, and those recommendations either felt flat or did not want it to be entertained by the relevant, I don't want to say shareholder, but they didn't want to be entertained at that specific space. So, previously the board made 2 strong recommendations. One was to ask for administrative assistance, maybe in the form of government, or where Treasury comes in, maybe utilizing Section 18 of the PFMA. Or secondly, even going into the curatorship of the Companies Act, going down that route. But they opted for the latter. And if they opted for the latter, Honourable MEC, that is why I would think that the MEC for Treasury and his team is here. Because there should have been a deep dive by Treasury into the real financial affairs of Great North Transport. And the turnaround plan or strategy or the reconfirm or the approval of that situation. And it's not clear by yourself, Honourable MEC, what role Treasury is now playing in that space. Are they playing something in that space? Are they going to stabilize the situation? Because rightfully said, Honourable Manama said, Section 49 kicks in and the buck stops now with you. I mean, all the irregular expenditure, all the unauthorized expenditure lies now with you in the HOD. And you will be held accountable for those actions. And I don't want to run a process forward, but I can see the AG having a lot of findings and pronouncements, especially in the last year. I will ask this, when does because I don't want to go into the merits of the CEO, but when is his contract would have been expired without the disciplinary process? Remember, he was appointed for a process. When would that would have been ended? Because I'm asking this because I get the sense that the parties are playing for time and are trying to outrun the period of that. And I'm not saying it is the case. I'm just saying I'm sitting here from a layman's point of view. Honourable MEC, you made reference to, I think, the Hawks or the SIU. I wasn't so sure, but I think it was the Hawks. What informed you to go to the Hawks? Is there a forensic report? Is there a report that that warranted you, that gave you enough information that that forced you to go that route? And does that investigation in the report also include, because I was looking at the let's call it the agreements between parties, the CFO, the CEO, some of those agreements in there without going into detail, that it did not exclude any external action by yourselves that you may want to take in the future. Does that include some of those issues? Because one of the things, the items that did stand up very high when you read the report of the disciplinary process was the selling of scrap buses, or so-called scrap buses, which was approved by the board of 21, and I think 31 or 33 were sold at the end of the day, which is a discrepancy at its own. And then there were metals sold, and that money was not, that money never came back into the system. That itself talks to a process of possible collusion, possible corruption, possible fraud. But my question to you will be short. The case that you laid before the Hawks, does that include that information? If it does not, what stops you from going to put that investigations forward in that degree? To Treasury, the financial model that has been predicted by Great North Transport. I don't want to go into details, but are you confident that Great North Transport are able to deliver on this model? Have you been able to do your own analysis on the model? And maybe possible come with proposals? My last comment, Honourable MEC, is just because I was on the road, is when we say that there are workable buses at certain bus depots. I know of bus depots that has only got one bus, Papalaborwa. There's no 4 working buses. There's one. I was there. I saw it. I was at Seshego, where working buses are standing. I was at Seshego, where there's no lights, there's no electricity. Polokwane municipality switch off your bill because you haven't paid your electrical bill. The Polokwane municipality. So it comes to my question about creditors, Honourable MEC. If you talk about the real financial affairs, let's be honest about the creditors that we haven't paid. Let's put that analysis in, like we do in any other business when any other state-owned entity is here, your 30-day, 60-day account. Let's put it on, and let's be honest about those figures. But those are some of my comments, and thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Smiley. Honourable Matlo.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much, Chair. I want to iterate on what our honourable members have spoken about. But firstly, we just want to check whether there is an existence of a forensic report. And if that forensic report is there, was the committee ever been given the forensic report, and what are the issues and how did the department handle those issues that are in the forensic report? Firstly, we want to understand whether there is for a forensic report, and how far are we in terms of implementing some of the resolutions, the decisions of the forensic report. To Chair, I think on the 2 executives that the department spoke in length about the cost implications standing at about 2.2 million, 2.25 million in terms of the 3 executives so far. If we can get a breakdown in terms of the settlement, because you said there have been a settlement in December, and therefore the 2 executives resigned after there was that particular settlement. And if we could get the content, we get the content of the settlement through you, Chair, so that we understand what are entailed in the settlement, because it mustn't be at the expense of the taxpayers. It should be a settlement that speaks in terms of the prescripts of the law. We won't dwell much into the 17th and 18th sitting of the CFCO because it's an issue that I think Honorable Munama spoke to it in length. And we believe that it will also help to get when was his contractual obligations ending in terms of him or her being a CEO of the GNT. Thirdly, Chair, there is an issue of turnaround of GNT in terms of performance of our route at 100% if we get those particular buses. But I think also the CFO of Ledet also spoke in terms of any legal assertion that they might get to ascertain the 71 buses in terms of the then purchase agreement. Because in terms of the timetable that Mukovan gave, the 7 April, 18 May, 7 in April, 18 in May, 16 in June, 16 in July, and for them to deal with that turnaround strategy in terms of making sure that they close the gap on the 12 million. If we're not careful, we might be in trouble because when those buses are already in the hands of the department, we'll also be facing serious gaps that we are dealing with in terms of the lease agreement, because the lease agreement will continuously be there. You will be expected in some instance to extend it on a monthly or bi-monthly basis so that you keep up with providing services to our communities, whereas you're waiting for your buses. And to me, if that legal assertion is taken on and we see what is in the best interest of the department, because if already you have paid and you can't deliver in terms of the agreement that we had, you should be at cost. It can't just be as normal as it is. I think the CEO I was listening to her very carefully when she spoke about it, and I believe if the cost could be taken in that regard, we'll be able to generate something. Yeah, this man, on the 282 routes that we have and the 9 million kilometers that we have, and out of that, 30% of our routes are being contracted. It leaves much to be desired, Honorable MEC, because as we are speaking about the poorest of our people who use GNT, brand GNT to go to work on a daily basis, for them is a relief, because the kind of money that our people save using public transport vis-a-vis private transport is way huge. And if we continue on making sure that we're able to deal with that, it will help us deal. I don't know, but when you spoke about the ratio of releasing our personnel, if we've got enough capital, we're sitting at around 28.9 million, and whether that is doable if there is money, because GNT should be on a growing concern because we can't continue on pumping money into GNT. There will be a point whereby these honourable members are going to say the buck stops here, and we need to make sure that GNT continues to remain, self-sustainable. But with the model that we have created, I don't know my colleague has just asked, we'll hear from the department whether the turnaround strategy and the financial model of GNT will be able to take us to where we want GNT to be. Because it can't continue to be business as usual. And we'll end up going the model of South African Airways, because it can be that this Limpopo government, we can't even build libraries, we can't refurbish schools that have been blown by wind, we can't build more classrooms in our province, but we continue on pumping money into GNT, which doesn't in any way value for money. To me, as a public representative, I've been questioned to say, but are you normal when you're doing these things? And it's an issue that will bring to our experts that we have employed in government to deal with this particular issue. I've heard of refurbishing 96 buses But you should put an estimation at what cost vis-a-vis, because we want those buses to be in the run. Because if we don't refurbish those buses, and possibly we're doing it internally, if I'm not wrong, because internally is quite a little bit less expensive than doing it externally. We will be able to say, at least we'll augment to the 56 buses that we are told that they are on the road. Because 96 plus 56 at least will bring us a particular number. And in terms of revenue, it will really speak to what you need to make as a breakdown. I've heard that you per month your expenditure at 46 million, but your average revenue stands at about 34 million. You've got a shortfall, a surplus of 12 million. But if you check on the modeling that you put there, you are saying if you cut on your lease agreement, possibly you will be able to be saving around 12 point something million, which speaks to you at least having to generate a particular figure in terms of monthly expenditures that you'll be incurring as GNT. Therefore, it is positive. But as long as you do your buses, you repair them on time, we quickly move into it. I will also speak, Chair, to an issue that they've also raised on issues of that there are 202 buses that needs more attention. But if you think they need more attention, why are you keeping them? If you think for you to keep a bus that will need a brand new engine, a brand new gearbox, a brand new diff, do you know what are the cost implications of those things? I'm a layman, I've got my skorokoro but I know if I continue on repairing them on a monthly basis, what are the expenditures that I will incur? I better leave them to become but now you are keeping 202 buses that you can easily auction out in terms of value for money through public auction, and also do the remaining 253 which are scrap on public auction, and make sure that that particular money comes back into the coffers of the department and the coffers of GN2 as part and parcel of revenue. But we are still holding those scraps. I don't know why are we still holding them. Unless I didn't get it well that you want to do a phase-out program in terms of them. Chair, on the transversal contractual obligation in terms of diesel, you know, now, they were doing that. I think Honorable Smile is correct. But it was a model of some kind that at least you were trying to salvage some expenses that we had on a monthly basis. But it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. You are avoiding, it was at least the contractual obligations that we had with the suppliers, at least they were very lenient to you. But in terms of supply chain processes, you should be able to provide, to pay, as Tadam Kobani has said, that you are going back to it. But to me, that shouldn't be encouraged because it's not sustainable and it can't project your financial stability as an institution. I agree with you on issue of brand visibility, that you need to make sure that the brand GNT speaks volumes in terms of what we want to achieve. But to me, your phase-out program on the lease buses need to be tightened strictly, because as Honorable Smile just said, if really it will mean, Chair, through you, that we will also be obliged to do what you call oversight, because we are told that there are 4 or 5 buses, but Honorable Smile is telling us that it's only 1 bus. And therefore it becomes a problem whether the turnaround and the real objectives on the ground are really the same, so that we are able to say we're with you on the turnaround strategy as we are dealing with it. And is it realistic that 55 buses by December you could have fixed them? If with your internal capacity and technical know-how that we have internally within the department. You said, yeah, said 96 that are to be fixed. And on the legacy pension fund, Chair, I think the actuaries that they've got through the department, their estimation put sitting at around 18 million in terms of the combined calculation as by 2026, including the gap year from 1992 to 2002 of 10 years, is estimated at around 8.8 million. To me, if really we agree tomorrow on this settlement, where are we going to get this money? We should get that answer, and where possibly are we going to get that money? Or I mean, Honorable Mawai here will tell us that we'll bail out the department, because that money is statutory in character. Because to me, Honorable Chair, statutory payments are non-negotiables. Those are non-negotiables. Immediately you don't do statutory payments as an employer, or you are the chief executive officer, it's immediate suspension. How do you keep that person who doesn't pay statutory payments? You can't. Why him or she is a CEO there, but his pension funds are paid every month? He doesn't care about these ones because it can't be. And it can't be us as lawmakers, we promote people who don't pay statutory obligations and we say it's because they didn't have financial muscles. It can't be. When Treasury bails you out, you go even pay penalties. But if you are an administrator and a quick one for that matter, why can't you engage with those statutory bodies if you had problems in terms of you not paying any penalties? You just say, it's government money, let it go. But when our pension fund, what department buy party every month. But if I have a certificate, you don't care about them. I can't sit here and take responsibility of people not being paid. I mean, their pensions not being paid on a monthly basis. And I think we should keep this thing, and it shouldn't repeat itself as a province. And we should make sure that we still stand by the weight of the state of the province addressed by the Premier in terms of us resolving this particular problem. Lastly, Chair, is in terms of your, I think Section 54 of the PFMA, I think they spoke in length about it, is in relation to the issue of Mokopani cost employment employees of 31 vis-a-vis 12 buses. But if you want to run government in concession with labor, just forget about being a manager. If you run government in terms of concession, I'm still repeating, with labor, because we understand what colleagues are doing in GNT. It's about you taking a decision. Why do you keep 32 people whereas only 12 people are needed? Take them to other centers where their services are needed. But because you are running government with working into if you are a manager, you must know that you will take decisions and labor will be opposing to those particular decisions, but you must stand firm to it. It's your work. Chair, why are we still keeping ourselves with the route of Mpumalanga? We know it's our obligation, but there is Mpumalanga government there. If I remember very well, if in the 6th or 5th administration, there was an engagement with Mpumalanga government in terms of transfer of this particular routes to Mpumalanga government. And we can't continue to run the list there in Mpumalanga, whereas we have got big problems here at home. You can't run systems here, but you are still forcing yourself to put your fingers with the lease agreement in Mpumalanga. What is in this pot on these disagreements that is quite juicy, that we can't let it go to Mpumalanga? We are the same government. There is no federalism in the Republic of South Africa. It's for us to make sure that we deal with the agreements the same way the health department dealt with the issues of those hospitals that are helping people of Mpumalanga and Baraking and ourselves. I don't remember that hospital, but I was in the portfolio committee of health. There was that agreement between the two provinces, how to deal with expenses in relation to this. But Tina was still holding on, and I'm told that it's ending up in 31st of March 2027. I don't know, Honorable MEC, that is negotiating with Mpumalanga to hand over those particular routes, if it's in terms of the laws that are there in the issues of our country. Because for me, we can't continue on maintaining that route. It's expensive for us, but we know that we've got bigger problems that we can try and solve in our province that at least will be able to make us to generate more income and salvage the situation in GNT. Because GNT can be a talk of the town each and every now and then. There should be time where MEC, you put your foot down and the bug must stop, and we tell colleagues in GNT that if you don't shape up, shape out. Because it can be. We can't discuss GNT each and every administration improvements. The same thing that happens to our friends here in the airport. We are losing a lot of revenue to Houseplayed now because of things that we can just fix simply in Polokwane International Airport. How many of you here who are officials, you are not even boarding here, you go and board in Johannesburg at the expenses of our own money? And we have said we must take a drastic decision in Limpopo that no single official should use government money to board a plane in Joburg than boarding here in Polokwane. We can't board here because what are we doing? We are failing to do simple things. How are we going to resolve that problem of us making sure that the Polokwane International Airport has got enough personnel if we are not ourselves as government officials starting to deal with a public representative? Ask public representatives here. They went to Ghana. I think they didn't connect here. They went straight to Joburg because there is problems here. And I also have issue. The chair go away. I work a puchisha. Uli CEO, uli CFO. Arrest. You should have those two.
Matata GNT Giamanchi, and you know, we did oversight in Sishiru. One time we asked them, if there's a breakdown somewhere because they don't have bikes, if there's a puncture somewhere or whatever, what do they use? You know what was the answer? They take a bus, another bus, to go and assist with a tire or whatever. So it's a problem. I mean, we've been asking them that we have everything. We can see the bus driver, the follower, get the bike for in case there's a problem. So why can't you engage those people? We have bus companies around here. Why can't we engage them? Because they're as GNT. But you know, they're holding on something that at the end of the day, to be honest, it will put them in jail, all of them. Because what we are discussing is not a joke. We are not going to sit here, repeat and every day, trying to assist, but also assisting. So we don't know now what is it that they're holding on. Okay, Honorable, yeah, then we'll follow a jump.
Okay, thanks. Mine is very short, Chair. I think we should speak on time frames, because if a department is going to come to us and say we are planning on next weekend, so there should be time frames, stringent time frames that speaks to us as to when do we expect resolutions on matters, because GNT is killing the government vehemently. So I'm touched on the issue of legacy pensions. They're saying they're having a meeting tomorrow on the 10th. Now, what is the expected turnaround of that meeting from the department? What do they expect to bring out of that meeting? Because you can't go in, you've been promising these people over years, it will be paid. They've even toyed at the office of the Premier. Now, what is their expected turnaround out of that meeting, so that we know that leaving this meeting, tomorrow when they leave their meeting, our people will be resolved? And I want to also touch on the on the issue of the retrenchment they want to do on workers of GNT vis-a-vis getting a turnaround revenue. Chair, a government is a government of the people that employs people. Now, if we have an entity that will retrench people, what hope are we giving to our people? Now, maybe they should re-look into the issue of wanting to generate revenue into the department, into the entity, as opposed to wanting to. So they're saying they want to build internal, build themselves internally by fixing and also procuring. Now, when we look at the projections they've given to us in terms of the revenue expected to be returned into the entity, now it tells us that the probabilities of retrenchment will not be reached if the expected is done as the presentation from the CEO. Now, maybe let's re-look into the idea of retrenching people, because we can't be a government that releases people from work when we are supposed to be giving them work. This entity should be growing every day. Now, if it's suffocating us, then I must concur with the latter colleague to say honorables are going to end up where they reach a point where they say the buck stops here. We are no longer going to intervene into this thing. It's going to drain us like this. Thanks, Chair.
Jump. Thank you, Honourable Chair. All protocols observed. From where I'm sitting, I'm just wondering about the number, a very big number, like 414 beneficiaries of the pensions who are starving, who cannot take their kids to school, who cannot do anything because somebody is holding back their pensions. It's very sad. Very, 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 very sad. It can't be expected from the government or any government entities to be behaving like this. So the failure of the Great North Transport to pay pension benefits to former employees represent one of the serious governance and financial management failures in the Limpopo public entities, which is very sad. And further that the Great North Transport, a scandal, which has now the issue is now degenerated into a scandal. So it is a betrayal of workers who dedicated their lives to public transport services in Limpopo. Those guys were working diligently, but are not getting their pensions. These employees contributed to pension funds in good faith, yet many retired without receiving what is due, their benefits. Remember, as Africans, this does not affect only the families. We also what is termed as black tax. If we've got these families and they've got other extended families, so it's a disaster. I want to plead that those responsible should find it in their hearts to reverse this anomaly. We can't have in this type of a situation. Now, here is a simple question that I can ask, because they've made those contributions. So now, it's not a favor whatsoever from the GNT to pay them. It's their money. Unless GNT wants to tell us that they've misappropriated those monies, which the picture that we're getting, whereas I'm sitting here. And I remember, wait until your enemies come. I'm not your enemy. Wait until your enemies come and tell you that you use that money for repairs and all that stuff. To repair because you've been pleading poverty here. Your enemies will tell you that you took those monies and make to fix your broken buses and all that stuff, which is a contravention of the Public Finance Management Act, if that is the case. And that one is a criminal act. Further, as I close, tomorrow you said you'll be going to meeting those people that you owe. So the only best and credible way for you to go and address them is to go and tell them that they'll be getting their money as soon as the close of this business of the week. Unless, if you are going to tell them what you're telling us, there is no hope here. You can't keep on dilly-dallying on the savings of people, as my colleague here has alluded to again, that what about you making contributions and at the same time you want to get what you have saved, but you care less about the poor people who worked diligently for this government through the entity of GNT. They worked very well. They deserve those pensions in the same way as everybody else in the GNT would expect that treatment. Further, my last gambit here will be that this scandal is a betrayal, as I've just indicated, of workers who dedicated their lives. And then they have widows. Some of them have been trying to get these pensions and they left this planet. They are no more with us. Just imagine if those who are still with us having a very big mountain to climb, what about those widows? We've got no one to assist. That's been cruel. So as you go to sleep over this matter and remember that's being cruel and it can't be coming from a government entity. Thank you. That's my submission. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Jack.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. And good day once more. Chair, you said it mouthful. You reminded us, some of us, of our times in the bush, when we used to say, means you are full of English, but they're doing nothing. We were not supposed to be sitting here, Chair, debating about the livelihoods of our people. I think we must be given a date here, Chair. When are they making the payments of those pensions? Because it's monies that are deducted from their own salaries. And it's true, Chair, here we are being played. And whereas we are trying to be honest with the department as much as we can, it simply means we have employed out of themselves, we have employed non-caring people. He or she feels the pain when it happens to him or herself. I don't want to dwell much, Chair. I'm just worried about the issue of pensions. Because we are sitting with people here who have choices of saying, I'm not going to eat home supper. I'll eat at McDonald's or Nando's or anywhere where they are selling nice food and speak big English again. We need to get a date, Chair. When are they paying the pensions of the people that they deducted? And secondly, Chair, just to concur with the latter speaker here, I think the people who were employed at GNT were employed on merits. Nobody was employed per pass. Now the bus have reduced. The employees are more. Whose fault is it? Because before you advertise that post, you must have done your own research as to how are you going to encounter challenges along the way. Because you are dealing with mobility. Buses are going to get broken, are going to get stuck, and all these things. And obviously, levy will not be the same. So there's no department that is going to retrench people unless you think you are working at sort of mines. This is a government entity. If we can't meet the salaries of the workers, we should rather get rid of you and divide your salaries amongst the workers. We can't lose people because of individuals. You know, Chair, sometimes your education must represent who you are. Don't go to school for the sake of getting better salary. We built a medical school in Uganda, Chair. It was a bunch of uneducated and the former bioproducts of Bantu education. We built that education, medical school. It is a well-respected school today. There was nothing called the CEO, CFO, C what, CZ. It was us, a bunch of uneducated people. The will to serve the people must come from your heart. More especially working for government. It is very serious, colleagues. I'm sure I need to morning breakfast. What about those pensioners? It goes a lunch in Warituamo. I'm sure if we were going to prolong, you were going to eat dinner. While people are waiting for their monies with no date, they are finished. Kibo machonisa. That I'm going to pay next month, the next month, the next month. No, please, comrades, let us think about those people. Let's give a date of their payments. We must get that date today before you leave this place, so that we can also support you to the human rights that you are going to face. You are not going to face human rights because you are popular or celebrities. You are going to face them because you have failed the people. I'm going to pass on that one, Chair. Honorable Mative, I think leadership, you must consult with other departments. For instance, Defense Force. And check with them, how do they manage to protect fuel? As much as we protect the workers, we must also protect the department. Because you can't steal from what is supposed to pay your salary. You must have a study tour in some of the military bases, like your wood sprayed and the Air Force Mercado. They've got all the tactics. I know them, I implemented them here at Gateway Airport. How to prevent the stealing of diesel. Because I know it's a serious problem. They even bought some few trucks with a certain design of of tanks of fuel that you cannot pull out the fuel. We are here to assist even in terms of the payments of transport, how people pay. We are willing to assist the MSC because we must guard our government. Honorable Mahwai cannot always rescue one in the same department. It's very, very serious, the issue of TNT. Every time when we are coming here, we are told that we are going to be given a report. Reports means nothing if there's nothing happening practical. And as we said from the previous moment that we should be supporting these colleagues to do their work correctly. When they wanted to purchase buses, they convened us. And we never gave them a headache. We agreed with their budget to purchase buses. Why must we discuss about the issue of scrap buses every time we come here? By leaving those scrap buses, we are also producing thieves within the working environment. Because people are capable of living with a peace every day, just to go and weigh it. Somebody in the defense once built a house, Honorable Mahwai, by stealing 4 bricks every day at the Repelaka newspaper. Because they were packing those bricks, planning for a project that never took place. Somebody built a very beautiful house in Imlech, Black River there. That is what is going to happen. We must get a date. When are you beginning your auctions and the time for scrap to be dealt with before you receive more Zimbabweans, because they love scrap. They are very passionate about the scrap. Let's go out there, colleagues, and do our work. Don't push us into a corner where we're going to make recommendations also. That you must also sit at home for a bit. We bring in an interim that is going to assist for the movement of that GNT. We can't be seated here talking about GNT every time and that we are here. At least in Musina Makato, MSC, we saw it different. You know what impressed me most? There was even a toilet. Unlike before, we didn't know where to push. It was a great improvement, MSC. So let's work very hard with the GNT chairperson. Let's push them. If it needs to be chairperson, we can hold meetings with them almost every week for the purpose of accountability. I thank you, chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maringa.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I wish to spend as less time as I can possibly do, contrary to common practice. But Chair, the issues at hand are not a walk-by issues. I want to call for honest engagement and fairness in our debates, and we need to be very practical. You know, when you are not practical about the realities of the situation on the ground, you will not be able to solve the problems. We're sitting here with 2 MECs and 2 HODs. This should give us pride that at least we've got those who've got the capacity to release funds as and when the need arises, and we've got those who are responsible for the management of the institution itself in its entirety. Chair, let me address this thing of sub judice, that doctrine of sub judice. You know, when a person wants to confuse you, he'll just come and say, oh, this thing is going to apply mutatis mutandis. So if you're not drawn from the legal fraternity, you must spend time to try and understand what does mutatis mutandis imply. By the time you get to know or no, it must just apply. You are late, decisions have been taken. The doctrine of sub judice does not affect the operations of activities that emanate from the PMFAA. It doesn't stop that process. That opinion you have given us here in writing, it's an intimidation. For me, someone is trying to intimidate honorable members from engaging on the issues of the hearing of the suspended and those who have received the handshake going out. Because the matter is not in court. No. We apply that principle when the matter is in court, either in process already or waiting to be heard. And we do so to take care of two principles. Number one, the first principle is to minimize the aspects of discussions of the merits of the case while the court case is underway. The second critical principle for this doctrine is to also therefore say, in order to minimize multiple litigations. You know, when you're in court, you can have multiple parallel litigations running on the same case. So for us to minimize that crisis, that is how that principle was born, and it's meant to serve that two purposes. And when I look at the GNT situation, I don't see where each of the critical points that must be served by this doctrine is addressed. It's not true. We are going to discuss this matter of the GNT suspensions, and we must discuss it very fairly and openly and honestly. And we've got reasons why we think this thing must be discussed. And I'm going to raise this thing very fundamentally and be very firm about it. MEC and HOD in the department. This is the first time since I have been in this committee or since the suspensions that I meet the charges. You see, this thing is very painful. For the first time, we have discussed this thing of suspensions as a committee. I don't know how many times. Not even a single day where we were privy to the kind of charges that this suspension is about, for all the three. But today, because we are here, there's Treasury and there's social development, all of a sudden, boom, we are getting those charges, and now we must read the charges. We were not going to change the charges because we are not administrators. We will not tap into that space. It's not our responsibility. But I find it a bit unfair that the committee meets the charges for the first time in a joint committee session. And you see, one thing you must not do. You must not create an impression or a situation that says, because till now we are politicians, we come and go. Every 5 years, there's a new committee. There are new members of the parliament. Then as administrators, you are there permanently or for the duration of your 5 years, if you've got the 5 years as well. If it's just the beginning, we may exit before you. Some of you as administrators, you are there on a permanent basis. So you have seen a lot of Vomaringas before Maringa arrived, because this committee has been there for years. Now, I think we now agree we are dispelling this notion of this principle, the doctrine of sub judice. We are going to discuss this matter ourselves. Chairperson, the GNT situation is not a situation of the 7th administration. I think if we want to debate it in that context, we will not be honest to this conversation. This entity has been in crisis as way back as the 5th administration. At the time when buses should have been procured, and buses were not procured, then we were not there, all of us. Some of us were not there. And then when the current incumbent who's on suspension was suspended years ago, this is not the first time the CEO was suspended at GNT. No, it's not the first time. In terms of reports, he was at some point, we don't know what happened to the case, whether he won it or it was withdrawn. He came back, continued to be the CEO, and again suspended. I would not know what led to the situation then. What we received as reports now. So when a decision was taken to suspend the executives of GNT, for us it represented a part of management acting, consequence management. But then now, one of the other area that we have left very gray, MEC and HOD, we have never really cared to interrogate deeply what has been the role of these former board members who were there before. We have not played in that space. If we did, it means the reports have not been shared with the committee. So we are literally handling GNT as if it was born with the 7th administration, and that is not true. We literally found this GNT crawling ourselves. Now we are trying to work twice as hard to say we want to salvage this entity because it is our provincial pride. And we've got a responsibility to work twice as hard to save it. If you look at it, Limpopo, I think, is the only province which is still remaining with this kind of an entity. NTI was at some point put under business rescue. It became worse. NTI is this one of Northwest here. We don't want to play in that space. Let me come to the other issues which I want to raise here. You see, let me start with this suspension issue. The executives are suspended. The COO, MEC for Finance, has a record of selling 2 of our buses. It is there. 2 buses were sold by the then COO. One of those buses which was sold, reportedly it was sold to a male alliance of the COO. And one of those buses at some point was somewhere here in Dalmata. We even went to view it and we saw the buses here. Then now, the COO, who has a case of selling of a bus, and the COO also has a case of mishandling the contract of scraping of buses, which was stopped by the then CEO on account of reasons he advanced. And then that process gets stopped and gets stalled. But we still shake hands with this same COO. And to date, we gave her money, she walked away, but our buses are not back. And if I ask you a question, have we laid criminal charges against the COO? If we have, why haven't we been prived with the information of the case to say, no, yes, she's out of the institution, but we have laid a case of theft of 2 buses. We have not done anything. How are we going to fix GNT if we still allow people to steal from us? We still give them a gateway handshake and say, hi, thank you very much for stealing our buses. Take 3 months' salaries and bye-bye. So you enjoy both the sale of the bus and also the money that we give. And we want to fix it. It is not true. We are not fixing. In fact, if this is how we are going to continue, we must develop and approach ourselves as members of parliament to say, because these authorities is not acting properly, maybe we must institute an action ourselves to act on them so that they act accordingly. This is where we got it wrong. Now, let's look at it. I heard the chairperson says suspension. I forgot the months. I was not paying attention. People got suspended. They got charges a bit later. And I'm not going to worry about that one. The most important thing is that charges must be there. Now, we are left with the CEO of the entity, whose case is taking forever. We have already spent 2 million rands on the panel that is sitting. If we are not careful, we are going to spend over 4 million before we end this case. I can tell, I'll give you a typical example. If on the 17th and the 17, 18, 19, the suspended CEO comes with another doctor's note, typically, and he says the stress level of this gentleman is in a state that he does not have the mental capacity to sit in a hearing. And as a doctor, my opinion is that he must be given at least 2 months of recovery. 3 days in each month must be used for sedation. What are you going to say? Now we are paying the panel. They go back home. We just pay them because they've scheduled an appointment. They will bill us. Now the bill is going up. Then in 3 months' time, this man is not coming to a hearing. We are waiting for the condition of the doctor for him to recover mentally. And because we are not in that space of capacity of examining people, it means we might end this case by November, if we are lucky. by November. If we don't end it in November, it must even go to my birthday month in February next year. That is if we are lucky. So I want to present it and put it to the leadership of the department that we have messed up already in how we handled the other two. There, I can tell you, I read through the charges when I received them yesterday. I also picked up some of these charges that I see. They emanate from action that should have been conducted by the two who have now been released. I read all those charges. I was telling a friend of mine, I said, you can send me a document at 12 midnight. Believe me, by 3:30, I'll be on it so that I don't lose my words in a meeting. Some of the charges that I've seen there, when I do what we call an analysis of a charge sheet for a person who has committed a misconduct at work, I see some charges are going to link up to the CFO who's now out and the COO who's now out. Then how are we going to handle that case? Because at some point we'll need them to come and account. How are we going to manage to bring them on board? When the other one should have been arrested long ago, we did not even get that person arrested for the sale of the person. So here, MEC, we need to be firm and take a decision as to how do we end this case of the CEO in terms of the hearing processes as fast as we can possibly do. I'm not going to say start bargaining and give him a handshake as well, because I'm not comfortable with us shaking hands of people who have stolen from us. But I'm saying through your legal team, which is handling this case, and the legal team of, I'm sure there's a legal team of the suspended gentlemen, find each other so that we can end this case, then we can start to rebuild GNT. The next point that I want to discuss here and submit is on the board. At the rate we are going, we are far from fixing this thing. Group CEO, we are very far. I'll tell you why. You cannot get GNT right for as long as you don't have a board. We can't. We are playing. And today we are sitting here, Chairperson, we still don't know what exactly happened to the board. We have not been briefed. We just see new people come, they are introduced. No, MEC says, no, I'm going to give you a written explanation of what had happened. I'm not sure if the chairperson received it, but I have not read through it. Let me show you how we get it bad. For some fundamental substantive reasons that the MEC and the department has considered, there was a reshuffling of boards in the province. We did not complain about it. In fact, as members of this committee, we also did an analysis of capacity versus need. We, at some point, agreed that some of these shifts and moves that have been done, they are promising future. But from that level, we don't see where other members of the boards are. I can't tell you even now how many are remaining in the board of GNT. You may find that we don't even have one, or we've got one. And MEC, I must submit this one. It is wrong for me, in my belief, to have a shareholder being an absolute board presently. I think this thing must just stop when this meeting ends. We can't have one person who's an employee of the department being a board and expect the turnaround time for this entity. We're not going to achieve it. At what point is the board member a shareholder? And at what point is she an accounting officer of the same entity that we're trying to rebuild? We're not, I don't know how to put it nicely in a proper English language. It's Changan, I'll say, we're tlanging here. It can't work, that thing. Yeah, we're tlanging. It's not going to work. What we need to do, MEC, to help you and the department to get things right, we must take a decision that on the 1st of August, this is June, the new board will resume or will start. They won't resume, maybe it's resume. The new board will have to take office. The new board by August. I think we'll be giving you sufficient time to do the invitation notices and people come in, and then we have a board on the 1st of August. so that we rebuild GNT. We can't have a board of one-person board for this crawling baby who's struggling and suffering. It does not even have money to buy ice cream. Then we put one man, one person, one lady as a board. No, we are not assisting this institution. So I'm pleading with you, MEC. We are giving you on the 1st of August, please report to us that a new board has been put together. We'll read new adverts as you put them up, call for nominations, whatever the process is. We'll be looking with the vested interest so that at least 1st August, we've got a board. The other challenge that we have here, MEC, I'm not a fan of a hip-hopping of board chairpersons. Today, Maringa is a chair of this one. 2-3 months down the line, he moves from this one and is in the other. And I think in Ledet, we have done it there and there. It is not helping the situation. I can be honest with you. It's not. I think we must have Maringa. If Maringa is failing, we must send him home and recruit and get another skill. And maybe, Chair, we must strengthen the kind of, what do you call them? Qualifications, conditions, and provisions for me to qualify to be on board. Maybe we must play in that space so that at least we get proper skill that can assist this entity to rise. Similarly, it speaks to this technical team here, the special team that you have put together. I don't have a problem with an interventional team. Anyway, the situation is it's bad. From where I'm at, I think GNT is in what I will, for a lack of better English, it's in quasi-administration of some sort. If it can help us, so be it, we are going to support it. But this quasi-administration as well, it must be an administration of capable men and women, at least with a certain level of expertise that relates to the same institution that GNT is supposed to serve. If, for instance, if you take Maringa today and say, Maringa, come, we want you to be a COO. I'm telling you, you have just brought another failure. Because he has no clue about the business industry of freight and logistics at all. All he knows is subject care because he had pursued studies in that space. So it means the way we want to rebuild it, we need to be very careful. We must also search for a proper skill that can assist this institution. We want to see GNT back up in its feet. And if we don't get these things right, by the time we go and ask Honorable Capitec for extra 2 rand, he may not be willing to release the 2 rand because the argument will be, there's no movement. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I'm referring to MEC for finance. I call the department Capitec because you never get the money that you want out of them. No, mistakenly I withdraw. So I'm saying let's fix that part. Let's talk about this, the lease contracts. In the report, there's an indication that some of these lease contracts are going to lapse. Some of them are lapsing. HOD, my question is, do we have a plan B? In the event some of these lease contracts lapses before we get our fleet from Hino, what is our provision and how do we compensate for that thing so that our people are not left stranded? If you can speak to that. And then the delivery of buses. You see, Hino has not been fair to us. When we were sitting last year, I think, when we were trying to do the appropriation of the funds to buy the buses and all that, the turnaround timelines for delivery was, Kamina Kawena, you pay, I deliver. It has taken us almost a year. We still don't have 41 buses. Don't count buses which are still in Gauteng, the factory. They are not yours. We counted these ones who have already been delivered here in the province, that we can walk and see. So Hino has not delivered on part of their end bargain. Initially, they argued about some faults in one of their buses fleet, which justifiably so it will make sense. Even Ford Kuga was at some point withdrawing Fords because they were paying and many other cars. You can always withdraw. But the timelines that has been put in place for us to get our fleet, it's worrisome. My question is this one. Did Hino give us a provision of an interventional measure for the duration that we have lost our fleet? Differently put, have they hired buses for us? Have they leased buses for us? Do we have, for instance, do we have 12 buses, acting CEO, brought by Hino to say, because I've delayed in the delivery of your buses. In the meantime, I'm giving you these buses, I've leased them from another institution. Let them cover you while I finish putting up your buses together. If we have that, I'll then say, we've got a fair deal with Hino. If we don't have that, my question will be, haven't you thought of engaging Hino to that size? Because they have not delivered on time. And we are mindful of the fact that a bus is not like a quantum where you always find them packed. Sometimes the condition and the specification of the kind of the bus you want takes time for it to build, because it must be, what do you call it? Purpose fit, if that's how you put it. It must be fit for purpose. But can't we observe this one and saying, make an intervention, let's see if we can find each other. Now, the next issue I want to speak to, let me speak to this one that people can be very emotional about. The pension fund. I'm as emotional as many of us are here about that process, but to resolve it, we need to separate our emotions and remain sober and be very practical about issues. From where I'm at, the report says the records of GNT starts from 2002, not from when the entity was born in terms of pension funds. And if you look at these entities that we have always been moving, we have moved from one hip-hop, from one fund manager to the next. And in that process, a lot of records have been misplaced, whether it was deliberate or not. And you must bear on this one. We have had many board members of this entity during the course of this mismatch of choice of fund managers. And all of those things, Honorable MEC, those people who were involved in the movement of our workers' funds from one entity to the next are not here anymore. And they are not providing us with the necessary responses that we need. But I think we must still effect consequence management, even when they are long gone. And I'm hoping some of them are still alive. We need to put up some sort of an investigation that must bring one of them, or those who are still alive, to account for the decisions that they've taken in terms of movements of them. Because that is where the problem happened. That is where we started falling behind with payments or deposit of these funds that must go to the pension fund until we found ourselves in areas. So we're dealing with a broader scheme of it. Now, to assume that because there's a meeting tomorrow, I'm going to differ with my colleagues, that there's a meeting tomorrow, in that meeting you must go and commit and say, no, we are paying you month end. We don't want to be involved in government decisions that just pronounce for the joy of the gallery when that thing is not possible. From where I'm at, I read the report of the actuaries. We are very far from making a clear commitment to settle that provision of their pension fund, because the entity itself does not have even money to buy. A bus uses about, let me see, for 8 tires. It will be difficult for one bus to secure 8 tires. What more of this pension fund? So as you go to that conversation, MEC, yourself and the HOD and this group CEO must be finding other means and ways to generate the necessary monies that are required to begin to settle this pension fund. We may not put it all at once. We must be willing to bargain with these people and say, look, these are your figures. From where we are, this is how much you can try and meet you halfway until you get all your figures. But that is subject to when does the actuaries finish their process of doing estimated calculations. In fact, from where I'm at, unfortunately, Honorable Jack went out. I wanted to help him understand. From where we are at, we don't have an exact figure that can they safely say this is how much we owe an employee who joined by this year and is here now. So until that process is completed, what we must call for as honorable members is to say to the department, can this Muremi actuaries fast track their work so that they give us a final report, then we can begin to discuss how do we meet the conditions of the monies that are required. I think in that fashion, we'll be doing well. There's this component of more employees versus the fleet. You see, if we're going to discuss this thing emotionally, we'll not get it right. The employees that we have there, I'm not speaking for GNT, I want to be practical here. I'm sure they were equal to the amount of buses we had at the time. I want to believe that. So sometimes we just like lamenting and enjoy it, and it doesn't help. We must lament when things are wrong and bring solutions and comment progressively to the situation. What I will put to the current leadership of GNT will be to say, make an assessment and check how many of these extra staff we have are closer to pension. Maybe in the next meeting, engage us as a committee to say, out of this overload of staff members, we've got this category, they are left with 1 year. We've got these ones who are left with 3 years. And then we've got these ones who are saying, release. So that we can then have a discussion about all those different categories. When we get to that level, it will give us a sense as to how many of the bus drivers are we likely to remain with, or can we retain, and how many can we let go of. And what will the conditions of releasing them be? So that we address this gap, because when they are there and they are not working, they must still be paid the very same salary which their contract has committed them to. The other labor force, which we have never spoken about, it's what is the size of the labor force of GNT, not the bus drivers. I think we must also tap into that space. You may also find, MEC, that even there, we've got an overload of workers whose responsibility cannot be properly located. And the sad thing about that is that we don't have sufficient artisans. That is why even for us to fix these buses, we take forever. It's a problem. Because we don't have internal skill, we don't have internal capacity to fix these buses. In terms of our records here, we want to fix, it's about 90-something buses. This is just the gearbox is dead here, we fix it. The engineers, let's deal with it, the brake pads, that is fixing. Initially, we made a commitment to refurbish buses. In fact, let me speak about the three-prone turnaround strategy presented by the leadership of the entity. Initially, three-pronged, I remember it very well. The first one was new buses, which I think were there, but we don't have buses, but we're getting there. So on that one, we've done well because we've approached budgets and we procured buses. We're getting there. The one of leasing, I think, is the one that has maintained our roads. So we can still say at least we are doing well with the lease contracts. Our people are being ferried left, right, and center. At least we are closing the gap because our people depend on this bus. The last one is the refurbishing of the 40 buses. We have not moved an inch. And perhaps maybe the leadership of the entity can tell us when do we start to move on refurbishment. Because a bus, the price tag of a bus today is probably 3.3, 3.2, somewhere there, one bus. If you are to refurbish one bus, depending on the conditions of each bus, when we did our oversight, I know in Sishiwo we saw a lot of manned buses, which when we looked at them was like, but why is this bus not moving? I don't think we can spend 1.2 million per bus to refurbish it. I don't see ourselves there. So with the price of one bus, we can refurbish about 3 buses and bring them back on the route. And the 3 buses can then generate income, and that income after a period of 5 years can then buy another bus. I think the leadership of the entity take us through about where we are stuck or where we are in respect of the refurbishment of buses. And then lastly, Chair, the last item I want to speak to. Unfortunately, Honorable Jack has been a member of this committee for as long as the 7th administration started. And we've always been complaining about the fuel, diesel to be precise. And it's for the first time that he shocks me about key strategies that could have assisted GNT to save fuel. You know, in all fairness, sometimes we're a bit unfair. I think we look at the situation, we've got solutions, we don't deposit the solutions until situation goes out of hand. I'm sure from where I'm at, Honorable MEC, Honorable Jack is here, that skill that he's speaking about and the idea that he has in line, if he had presented this idea even before the acting CEO came in, we'll have seen that the then CEO did not act on this. These are the things that we must contribute when we go to meetings. We must not always wait for state institutions to collapse and they say, we've got an idea. You know, CEO, acting CEO, I think you got what he was submitting. Please pay attention to it. And when you have a chance before he eats lunch and before he leaves, please try and engage him and say, please give me more information about this proposal I'm putting there, because we need to secure the issue of the fuel. And you know very well at some point, we came 50% close to being liquidated on the basis of a fee of diesel. And even then, he did not give us this proposal until this joint meeting. It worries me, that situation. On the issue of collection of transport fare, until we buy a coupon, we'll have serious problems. We need to develop a system where our routes are easy. You know very well where it starts from. For instance, in my village, I know that bus starts in an area called Blankwater. Cuts Rotterdam, gets to my village, cuts others, it goes to Makado. In every village, there can always be an area, even if it's not in one village, we can always develop an area where our people who are ferried to work every day. In fact, our biggest focus will be ordinarily, MEC, those who use the bus for work. With them, it's very clear. They go to work Monday to Friday. If we can start to sell a coupon that is loaded with money or budget for the whole week or the whole month, we're going to save a lot of money, because money will go straight into the system. Similarly, if we can begin the process of, with these new buses, of tap and go, the tapping has now become more popular, you know. Even the SASA card, lately, it's also tapping, I'm told, I'm not sure. If we can fit a machine where people can tap and get into a bus, we are going to save a lot of money that goes missing in the hands of the drivers. The other thing we must do, we must invest money in getting about 3 buggies nyana. You know what is buggy nyana, man? 3 buggies to run around and assist our buses as and when they get stuck. I think if we can get this one right, we will be able to count our monies far much better. Then we can, these buses can buy more other buses for us, and we can get somewhere as an institution. Chair, I think I've contributed sufficiently to today's conversation, and I'm convinced we can get it right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You are angry. And honorable members, the other things that has caused the delay of the case to find, at the end of the day, spending a lot of money is because of the department. Because we know that the department didn't want to give the CEO the laptop to retrieve information. Again, MEC, I was still thinking, you know, when you were saying the matter is sub judice, because but at least Maringa have said it, because if you remember, immediately after the suspension, we said to you, Honorable MEC, let us not find ourselves making a mistake, because we have realized as the committee that you didn't follow the processes correctly. So why can't you call those people, sit down around the table, then see how best you can deal with those issues? Because at the end of the day, if you lose the case, then it means the department, with the money that we're supposed to buy buses or do service delivery, it will be paying those people, because they're going to sue the department. So, but nothing we've received. We've been asking the forensic report that the former CEO did against the COO and the CFO. Till today, all the documents that we've been asking as the department, we've never received anything. Today, because we have other chairpersons, now we have even the charges. That we've been asking long time ago, that can we sit down at least and just try to help each other, so that we don't find ourselves at the end of the day losing money, because we are going to pay one person a lot of money if we don't do things correctly. So because we have realized a lot of mistakes, that there was an announcement in Sishiru by the Premier that we are suspending, we are doing that, then the next thing tomorrow, people were suspended. So we ask ourselves, did you follow the processes? No. Why can't you bring those people? Because then the way it is, then it's on a which hand, where it's like, there's someone that, because, and who received the resignation of this. That person, Liana Gabriana, is corrupt. And that action need to be taken against that person. Because those people that are still on hearing, you know very well what they did. Then now you release them. Then it means that you are awarding those people that you did good. So go and look for other things. So then one person must take responsibility. So whatever you're trying to do, Honorable MEC, is not going to fly. It's not going to fly. There are a lot of mistakes that you did. We are spending a lot of money. Remember that when you start even this hearing, you started doing it at somewhere at the lodge, was it? I don't remember the lodge that you were using before. Then we complained as the committee that no, you have both rooms. Why are you spending a lot of money to pay for just 2 hours or 3 hours? Because you must pay the lodge, you must pay also those people. Why can't we try to manage funds as much as we can? But it's like we're just talking to ourselves. So with that, even receiving that the charges today, to be honest, as the committee, we felt very much to be undermined. Why today? Why today? And then you expect us as the department to assist you. When you have issues, you want money, you run to the committee, the committee to assist. But when the committee wants us to discuss something that will assist, no, we are then today in front of everyone, I'm happy that all the chairpersons are here, that this is the treatment that we are getting. How do you assist this department? We even recommend that we want those people, we gave you 14 days, if not 7 days, to open a case against the COO and the CFO. Did you bring back the report? No. So, you need to be charged. There's something that you are hiding. What is it that you are hiding? Why didn't you want those people who do case gabon? Because at first you have made a mistake for the resignation yabon. I can't by charge you knowing where there's a case here. So why all of a sudden do you shake hands with those people? This is wrong. This is wrong. So as the committee, whatever that we are going to come with, as the committee, we are not going to approve until we get something that, things are moving. The issue, Honorable Maringa, if you remember, of those people by the pension fund, that you remember there were people who came here, that they were working in the department, I think they were drivers, that they said, Reina, we were told to take, we were given the document to go and throw it at the dumping site. So I wonder now is a problem to compile everyone. You don't have information because let's say from 90 mama when the GNT started, how many drivers did you have? Then how do you deal? Because the only people maybe that you are going to manage to get information about, I think we already there lately. So where is the information? And that's where even other people are going to come and take advantage. And we cannot say, I don't know you. Anyone can come and take advantage that I was there. Then a producer, not producer, I'll produce. So there's a serious problem of management in that department. So that is why going forward as the committee, we are going to be very hard. Sitting here, we are going to call the police officers to come here and arrest people while we are having a meeting, because we can't, because at the end of the day we are failing, because out there people are going to ask, why did you do? It was in your time. Why didn't you do 1, 2, 3? So because my fellow, now we have no choice, but to invite the police that this is an issue, that this is a police issue, come and arrest here. Because I can't. So as the committee will recommend, Scopa is here, that Venama police will be here, incha somebody in the meeting. Because we cannot go on, because we are insulted every day as this government that is not doing anything. It's like we are promoting corruption. This is corruption. Here is a board member, He was in leader, he failed, then he got a promotion to LTA. What difference is he going to do? What difference is he going to make? He has failed at leader. Why did you take him to LTA? Then the committee must just keep quiet and say, no, this is the right decision. What is so special about that person? What is so special about that person? You wanted to know why did the board resign? No, we'll come and tell you. Even today, maybe we thought maybe we have other people, maybe we'll get a report, then even an information that why did the board resign? Because we don't want to come with a hearsay from the street. Honorable Maringa, because I must come this side now.
Yeah, Chair, sorry man, I forgot to submit something to the CEO of the acting CEO of GNT, but this will also overlap to the group CEO and the HOD as well. MEC, we don't have GNB in this province. We've got GNT. It's not the Great North Buses. It's Great North Transport. But since its inception, the entity, I want to show you something. The entity has been largely focused primarily on buses. You know what that says, MEC? It means in the past, there's been a lack of visionary leadership. The boards which were chairing this entity and many other people who led it in and out, they have not been visionary because none of them has ever produced a documentation that speaks about transport in its entirety. They only held themselves to buses, as if we've got a GNB. We don't have GNB, we've got Great North Transport. Let me show you something, Che. Ledet owns CMR. We've got that entity as CMR. We've got mineral resources which are moved on daily basis from one mine operation to the next. Now imagine if those who led this entity then had paid attention to freight. We will now be sitting with about probably 12, 14 MEC trucks, that magnitude and that capacity. And with that space of operation there you are not dealing with passengers who may decide today they're taking a lift. You are dealing with transport of goods. And fortunately, we've got the market for that kind of transport system here in this province. We've got the whole of Skukuna land, that whole belt of mining institutions. We've got the belt of Waterberg. There are mineral resources which are being mined every day. So if we can put together visionary leadership, and this time around, I'm putting it in the hands of the acting CEO. In our next, we know we don't have money, but in our next committee meeting, I would wish to receive a proposal that says this is how we can, what do you call it in English? When you are spreading, what do you call it? When we can make consideration for other spaces of business operations, so that we can discuss it and be ambitious. Even if it does not happen in our term of office, when diversify good, that word, it went back to Guyana. You need to present to us how best can you diversify. Thank you very much. Yeah, then Chair, if the CEO can come back when we meet again and say, this is how as leadership of the entity we have looked into what you are proposing in terms of diversifying, then we can get elsewhere. The other thing that I want to submit, which I think I forgot to raise, you know, exception of this entity, I think I was still very young. I was nowhere near it, HOD. But I'm sure that the consideration was the market. Back then, in one village, you will only have 4 cars. They have just been promoted as HOD amongst our communities in this province. At that time, the towns, from my village to Makado, it is far, but that was the only place we could go and buy. So you had the options of Makado and Guyana. We will not even consider Tanen because the logistical arrangement and the mental setup will not tell you can go to. Then this bus will be very instrumental. But today, in every village, every street has got more than 4 or 5 cars. I want us to think bigger, HOD, CEO. Today, Every street in the village has got 2, if not 4 cars. In one household, there are 5 cars and only 2 drivers. You know what that says to you? It sparks a thinking about this particular entity of GNT, our business model presently. Is it still serving the very same initial purpose for which you have put it together for? And if it's still serving it, HOD, what about the magnitude? Are we still transporting people in the same amount of numbers that will go into a bus on a daily basis? And if not, how do we restructure our business module to be able to keep GNT in operation at the same time still serve our people? Because this is where we are. If you look at today, we've got small malls. You don't travel for 10 kilometers before you get to a mall. Even in rural communities, there is always malls there. So that transportation that will take my grandmother in my village called Old Van Zoek to Makado is no longer necessary. They go to a next door village, less than 10 kilometers, called Mamaela. There's a mall. If you don't go there, you go to another mall in Kuzan called Nkuna Kron. You still have another mall where? In Ilim. So if you look at that transport costs and the intake in terms of passenger transportation, it tells you that if we are to be firm and be fair, there is a drop in terms of the commuters that we must transport on a daily basis as a bus. Then what will that mean? It means that maybe we must also dream and think about moving from the Gumba Gumba bus to a certain amount of a bus that is there happening on a daily basis. It may also suggest we need to explore other avenues of viewing, what do you call them? The local buses. We've got townships in these areas. If those smaller buses, you can use them very close to minibus taxis, as opposed to what is happening, because the bus cannot do quick run around, but those ones can still do so. So I'm throwing these things to the leadership of the entity to date to say, explore this provision, because sometimes we may be hammering too much on this entity, MEC, while the entity does not have the same volumes of customers that it will have in the past when it was first introduced. I think, Chair, thank you very much for giving me a chance to submit this, what I consider a fundamental point which I had forgotten about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maringa. Let me start my role now. Honorable Rakhwali.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings once more. I think some of the honorable members have covered a number of issues that I had. I'm represented by Honorable Matlo on the issue of, I really want to know whether the Mpumalanga route is still really benefiting the department. And I'm sure by now you might be having your own analysis that tells you in terms of maintenance, in terms of what output versus input, if I can put it that way. Now, MEC, of course, I've indicated that I'm representing the Portfolio Committee of Treasury, where we're responsible for the monies. Whatever we're discussing here at the end of the day, MEC Mahwa, you might still have to try to give something to GNT. Now, MEC said the last sentence when he handed over to the HOD said GNT cannot fall. And I think that is a statement that must give hope, MEC. But I'm saying to you now, until we stabilize GNT, whatever we're discussing here is not going to assist acting CEO or acting CFO board until you have a stability in GNT. We will continuously come here. And the next meeting, if we call a joint portfolio committee meeting again, is new faces that are introducing themselves as the acting, which as they get in, they might not consider what has been said or done by the previous acting. So until you stabilize the GNT. Now, I believe you are sitting with the Scopa resolution, number of AG reports with recommendations, obviously Scopa also with some recommendations, including that of the portfolio committee. And the question becomes, are we having an action plan based on all those recommendations? Now, I think Honorable Maringa went to town in terms of the challenges. Obviously, sitting in this committee will have all the information from where you're coming from as GNT. But I'm saying to you, MEC, what the committee perhaps might need to have a resolution with you is by when you think you will have appointed a board, and by when you think you will have appointed your team of management, COO, your CFO, but subject to having concluded the cases of those that have resigned or those that have been suspended. But I'm saying the reason why I think you've called social development is that probably 80% of your customers on a daily basis are vulnerable citizens of our province. And now when GNT fails, those are the people that suffer on a daily basis. You know, if you're just in town and see the day that they're paying grants, and you see the queues on taxi ranks and buses, it then tells you that those are your customers that are supposed to have, you know, a sustainable mode of transport. You know, I'm looking or following Ledet. La Polokwane is growing, and I don't know what does that do to GNT. It's now expanding. It's up to Seshego, it's up to Mankweng. We don't know in the 2 years to come where will they be, and where does that put GNT? And also, what is it that Ledet is doing better that which we think we cannot do or we cannot copy that model? Perhaps those are some of the things that you might have to look into as to how do we, you know, the other day, Honorable Maringa, somebody was taking a video following GNT bus. Alignment is completely out of alignment, you know. And the person is saying, but government, what are you doing? On the video, what are you doing to our people? You know, and indeed, should anything happen, it then comes back to government. And when they say government, I'm included. I can't say no, I'm not sitting in the portfolio committee of Ledet, and therefore I'm not responsible. So I am saying, we are in this meeting, we have got both the MEC for Ledet and the MEC for Treasury. GNT is supposed to be self-sustainable because it's supposed to generate revenue so that it sustains itself. So for me, there should be low-hanging fruits, MEC, that you have to focus on and make sure that you help GNT to be sustainable. But until you then deal with the part that needs you as the MEC, that of finalizing the board appointments and the management, whatever that we have met here to discuss, unfortunately, will just be one of those issues. It will just be one of those meetings. And I'm saying, until you finalize that and stabilize, because what we are discussing here, obviously at the end of this meeting, we might have recommendations and resolutions, but they're still going to fall on the table of enacting that tomorrow might not be there. And whoever comes in might not know about this meeting that has taken place today. So I'm just saying, until you put a real stability in the GNT, our masses on the ground depends on GNT. I told you already that in my village they're building a road and they're already saying, when we finish, we request you to please negotiate for us. They still hope. They still have hope in GNT, that one day GNT will also touch our village. And those are some of the things that when you think of making sure that indeed it does not fall or it does not fail, let's think about the people that depend solely on this mode of transport. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Rakwale, Honorable Piedi.
Thank you, Chair, for affording me an opportunity to take part in this very important discussion. I think the greetings have been done before. I just want to have a bite on a few things. Unfortunately, once you allow Honorable Maringa to speak first, it's like he was concluding the business. Nevertheless, there are just a few things that I want to check with the departments on the issue of missing data or data. I don't know if, I think Mr. Mokubane will still remember when he said, when they were supposed to work on the issue of the pensions, it was found that they could only get the information from 2002 to date. And then the previous years, the information, I don't know if it's missing or there were no people before. Because once you say the information was from that date to date, until we had actuaries who developed a model that started from 1992 at least 2000, so that we can start having information. I'm asking myself a question. Are you shy to say people destroyed the information, or it was just that there was no information? Because if we must be very open on that one. The model, how does it get people who were there before? What, out of that model, what is that they did in order to know who was employed before that time? I'm just asking myself this question because by the time when there was a sit-in at the Premier's offices, I know that not all people were there. And for those who do not manage to be there, how do you trace them? Because it seems there's nothing to use or a tool to be used in order to trace those who were once attached to the entity. The second one, I think Honorable Maringa spoke about it on the issue of employees who are idling because they have nothing to do. When I checked, you gave a report that by December this year, all the buses that are supposed to be serviced or maintained or repaired will be repaired. Then I checked the time frame. That don't you find it necessary that there's a push that those buses that can be fixed, for those who have used scraps for many years like me, to fix a car, a month is too much. With an entity with a budget of millions that cannot fix buses that are readily available to be fixed, so that those who are not, who are idling now, because someone correctly said these people were not there because they were just hired without having buses to drive. But because of the collapse of the systems in terms of buses, now there are those people who are idling. So I think if in your own space, can't you find the fastest way of making sure that those buses that can be refurbished, and those whose age still agreeing, because I'll still go to that proposal of putting up the incentives that those who are of advancing their pensional times, they get some incentives in order to be released from the system. This is one of the things that you can, you make use of in order to get things right. But on the other hand, you said you only gave 30% operation to the private buses, meaning that we are left with 70. So are we now able to operate up to 70% in terms of the buses that are available on our routes? And obviously the answer is no. And if the answer is no, what is happening to those routes that are not catered for? Who's making use of those routes for now? Because I have seen a situation where you are at loggerheads with the people of taxi associations. Because once you give them an opportunity to run on particular routes for particular periods of time, they start to claim to be part of those routes. And we always at loggerheads with our stakeholders in that space. I just want to check if those routes, you know where they are, who are operating there, what mechanisms are you now applying to make sure that they don't get used to those routes as their own routes? The next one is on the bailout, Ms. Mawai, because as I heard that the bailout on those deficits was from another entity as well. So I asked myself, if these siblings are going to school, but so he's stealing from another sibling. Because the budget that entity is having was meant for that entity. Once you are struggling in terms of funds, you say, did they say leader or what? But an entity bailed another entity in the submission that was made. So you'll assist there, because I think you must come back to your mother. In this case, I don't want to say Capitec, but we must come back and say we are struggling. Rather than to dodge the route that you know will ask you what happened with the 90 million we used to bail out last time. You remember there was a time we came here rushing because there was a problem. The elephant was in the room. We had to sort it out. So I think that we experienced the same thing. But we are saying we cannot always use shortcuts in order to solve our problems. Let's make sure that we comply and we do things the right way. It is always our wish now to see GNT operating. I will tell you why, Chair. We meet with our people every day. I can assure you, once they see, I've seen from one social media in Blueback, someone was praising the day when they saw GNT. They said, oh, now the GNT is coming, this side is operating. Then I knew the contribution is making, the contribution that the GNT is doing to our people. But if we find it very difficult to make that we operate at least at 90%, we'll understand that we're trying. But where we are sitting today, I think you said 50-something, if I'm not mistaken, also, which were very far from 90%, let alone 100%. So the question I'm asking is because we are having private buses we're using. Are we generating money out of these private buses? And if indeed we can get the difference that we can call it a profit, why can't we escalate if we're making something out of that? But if it's draining the department or the entity, let's find a way of speeding up things. That is my submission, Chair. But my worry is that our people are expecting to see more buses and there's nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukwele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings, colleagues. Firstly, I want to indicate that we do not have any alternative for GNT. This is the only people's public transport. And whether it's in the ICU or a corpse, we must have a way to resuscitate it and salvage this company. We don't have any choice. So those who are thinking that it will die and they take it to the other side and resuscitate it and make it their own, we advise them to just forget. As I got the invite for this meeting, and going through the documents, I was very sympathetic to the leadership because they are acting, and most of the issues are legacy issues. But as and when they were presenting, my sympathy faded away. And it was replaced by the feeling that maybe we should just call the police now and then they be arrested and they will account when they are in jail. The reason I'm saying that is they choose carefully the words and the report when they are submitting. We met them in not long, about 2 months ago. What they are reporting to you, Chair, is not what they have reported to us. For example, the issue of the suspended 2 officials, the COO and the CFO, it was mentioned that they have resigned. They never mentioned that there was a discussion in terms of settlement. That was never indicated to us. So we are surprised now when they say they assessed the issue of costs. And remember, and we believe that we're still going to call the police because I know next year they will be coming to say when we want accountability in terms of consequence management, they will say the CFO has resigned. That is why we did not take any action. That is what they're doing. How do you release a person who is an accounting officer or who is part of the accounting officers just to negotiate, to release him or her, while you know that there are still cases to answer. During the Scopa discussions, there were many times when members asked the department, is there any way where you can stop people from resigning, especially if they have got issues? And I hope that, MEC, you were confronted with such a question. Because we have realized that once people realize that they are going to account, they resign. And we even explained that there is an amendment on that issue to say, if it is signed, then once you have got a case, you will not be allowed to resign until your case is settled. But with GNT, they are very comfortable to get into the arrangement to settle for a person who has made a lot of damage. We are not judging. Hence, we don't have investigations. We were supposed to have investigations. What informs those charges? There must be an investigation. Why don't we get that in the investigation? To say we charge the CEO because of 1, 2, 3, because of the findings. There's no investigation. We are only given a screenshot of the charges. What informs the charges? I think it's very critical that the subsidiary takes the legislature very serious. The other issue is that you see, now they are negotiating a package, and I'm sure the CFO or the COO will. I saw somewhere where they are saying the lawyers, they are engaging the lawyers. He will exploit them to the maximum to give him or her, or I'm not sure. I know the CFO is here, and I'm not sure of the COO. To be given a very lucrative offer. And we have our own poor people who worked for so many years that cannot be given their pensions. And MEC, even on this issue of pensions, I'm not happy, because the last response that we got was to say these actuaries were hired to assess all these employees. When did this one start? How much one is worth, and all those things. But today, we are getting a meeting of tomorrow. And that task was the task of the MEC. But MEC seem not to be part of this meeting. Who are they going to give this report? Because they must report to the MEC. The actuaries were not procured by you. According to the information, it was from the MEC's office. So they must report to the MEC. The MEC must come to you to say, we are here in terms of the 400 people that we have. This one has worked for 3 years, this one worked for 10 years, this one works so much, this one works for so much. Let's go to the Treasury and negotiate and request so this meeting of tomorrow, and this tendency of just saying when we ask questions to say, no, we're going to meet tomorrow, then is a problem. That meeting is not going to give or produce anything different. It is just a formality. But the real issues will remain. And the other issue that I want to raise is the financial status of the GNO and the challenges are as a result of the operational, financial, and the administrative challenges. For example, GNT can't manage the revenue. And I want to indicate that, one, you know, when I grew up, there was this BIC, which is maybe the predecessor of the GNT. We will pay 5 rand from here to where I'm staying. We know along the way, once or twice, there will be a van coming, and one inspector will get in, the other one drive behind the bus. Will be saying tickets, checking that all who are in the bus have tickets. Now what is happening, and that was raised by all the depot, And I must indicate that as Scopa, we've done a research, conducted a research. And the finding, one is this one, that no inspectors on the farm, or I mean on the bus. So it means that the driver can just have 60 people on board, but maybe 20 pays. There's no monitoring. How are you going to know? And he knows that he can drive from here to Toyando without a very single inspector. So how will you have revenue? You don't have how you can monitor the money that enters and the money that leaks from the entity. The other issue, the fuel management, and I'm becoming very angry with this one, because consistently you were telling us that you are, and we can't be explained to what is paying cash. Paying cash is paying cash. You were saying, the entity was saying, we did not manage to pay the service providers. And I'm referring to the last year appearance, and even this year you repeated. We can go to the records. The entity failed to pay the service providers until the service providers said, we are no longer supplying you. And that is where the issue of cash came in. They are on record saying we are paying cash on the diesel. Secondly, they could not even renew the contracts because they had, and now they're not telling us how much do they owe those service providers, how are they intending to pay them. This is still a challenge. The buses don't have, you know, I was laughing on this report, but I said, a bus does not have a gauge, a petrol gauge. You know what they use? They use a stick, karatang, or karita half. I'm not telling you a story. That is what is really happening at the depot. They use a stick. They put in the bus, and then they say, oh, no, it's half. We can go to Mleji and then come back at achieving. It can suffice. That is the crisis that we have. But the other thing in your presentation, you said there were buses which were transferred from Seshego to Hoedspruit. Presently, there are enough or maybe sufficient buses in the Hoedspruit, but there's no enough human resource. There's only, you said 4, Honorable Smiley said 1, my researchers are saying it's 2, and you could see me and Honorable Smile who are just next to each other. We can consolidate and agree whether it's 1 or 2, but it's not far from each other. So 4 is at the extreme. And we've got workers there, both drivers and support staff. Hoedspruit is there with buses. There's no manpower. We have got a CEO in Hoedspruit who is or the manager who is managing Hoedspruit and Palabora. And he has been requesting that because we've got people in Palabora who are sitting the whole day without having anything, why don't we the issue of rationalization and redeployment. So that poor guy has been saying this for a very long time. No action. And he is acting. He was only paid, he was acting from 2019 and was only paid allowance up to 2022. The issue of workers within this entity are so stressed. They are so stressed. So that poor man is managing 2 entities, no allowance in terms of pay. It is not paid any allowance. So the challenges that we are having they're massive, but they need honesty. So that is why I'm saying I was very sympathetic. But when the acting people also come and give us a different story, so I'm saying, okay, it means we are going back to where we were misled. They continue, because the reason why we are where we are today is because people have not been very transparent. And I think it's becoming the culture, and we must start to deal with that culture of dishonesty. To say, we know that there are challenges within the entity, and we know that most of them are legacy challenges. Why are you not just being honest? To say, but so that we know, and when we look at the strategies that can be employed, we address the real issues. We can't come here and spend the whole day here. Rebulela Hodimanto Elod is not the real issue. That is just my appeal. But I am saying we don't want to hear the entity next day coming to say, when you have to account that the CFO has resigned. And we demand on this one that, and it is because of you who said we are agreeing that you can go, but you are going to account for this irregular. It's becoming irregular, and it is also part of the wasteful expenditure. You are wasting money. We can spend money for justice. We can spend money for processes that will give us a credible entity. If we could have spent the 2 million on the CFO, but at the end of the day, we get exactly what has happened with the entity, that was going to help us. Now you are hiding people, will never get the real truth about what they were doing. And you are not going to trace them when they are outside the entity. Honorable MEC, we are sitting here with the SIU report, the investigation, which is ongoing. You have opened cases, and I think we should open more cases on this individual, because we can't wait on the issues to be raised by the AG. Some of the issues may not be raised because the AG is sampling certain programs. So if there is this rot within this program and it was not sampled, maybe even for 2 years, we are going to realize the rot after 3 years, and the damage that could have been caused is very irreparable. So I'm just not happy, Chairperson, and very disappointed that we don't get the real issues here. A report, or today we're going to meet with the portfolio committee, will tell them this. Next time is Scopa, will tell them a different story. They are managing us. In fact, the GNT is managing a government. They're just managing us so that we think that things are getting resolved while nothing is going to be done. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machete. Is it working, that one?
No, thanks very much, Chair. Let me first start by indicating that if we do not have administrative cadres that understand that we should be able to deliver services to the people, we will have this kind of problem. But equally, what then becomes the role of these committees that are seated here to ensure that these problems are resolved? All of us must understand that we are doing work on behalf of a provincial government. And if we miss that understanding, then we'll have a problem. One, the issue of pension fund payment has been an issue in this province. It is in the public domain. What is it that we are doing to resolve that problem? It can't be correct that this matter will just be a matter for discussion all the time. We must come to a point where we said We have done our analysis to have worked, and the affected employees have been paid. And that work should be done by all of us as seated here. We should be able to guide us properly in that regard. But another issue that I would also want to raise is with regard to the full complement of the buses. Without speaking about leasing this and that, when are we going to have these buses that we are talking about, have them to assist our people on the ground? Taking into account that this is their government. And I don't think that there's any other private company in this province that have this capacity and knowledge seated here to discuss how they should be able to run and operate their private company. But they are doing very well. There was a mention of RBS, there was a mention of MBS and other private companies. Why are they able to be on the road every day and without having this kind of very, very high-level meetings? What is our problem? Are we not engineering this problem ourselves as seated here? And if we are we really understanding the implication that it has on behalf of government? Because all of us here, we should be able to do work on behalf of the provincial government. So I think if we could be able to take it from that perspective, it would be able to broaden our understanding in relation to what we need to do as all of us seated here. But there's issues that have been raised by Honorable Marenga, which I would want to concur with. One, it's with regard to qualification of board members. And I want to also indicate that recognition of prior learning, Honorable Marenga, is another form of qualification. And what we have been taking us through forms part of recognition of prior learning. And we appreciate that because at some stage, you were at that level, we were able to accumulate that knowledge and we are able to take us through that knowledge. And that is part of recognition of prior learning. It must also be taken into account in order to deal with those issues. So I agree that on the other hand, with regard to constitution of the board, that on August, we should be able to we should have finalized on the issue of the board, because the board serves as provide a strategic direction of any company. And if you can't have the board, then it means it's like having a school without a principal, because that board must be able to provide a strategic direction. So I want to agree that on August, we should be able to finalize on that matter. But on the issue of the strategy, I want to speak to that, because I take it that the current strategy is not working. The current strategy of augmenting fleet is not a strategy, but ensuring smooth operation. Why are people not using buses? Because they are old. Now, they need to talk to several issues on strategy development, e.g. growth strategy, new products development, new and old routes analysis, among others. These are the strategic opportunities. It looks like no SWOT analysis was done properly. I'm just speaking about the strategy and how we could be able to improve in the strategy. For me, they should have drawn a 1 to 5 year strategy that talked to sustainability beyond national fiscus, guided by some of the inputs above. I only heard about covering the shortfall of 11 million, unless I have missed something. And I want to indicate again that Honorable Marenga, as part of the recognition of prior learning, you are able to provide inside information that we may not be able to contest, because it's proper, aligned, and it is able to take the GNT forward
in relation to the vision that we would want to achieve. And for that, I would want to submit and summarize by inputting the following. That one, we should be able to have a board by August. That two, we should be able to augment our strategy. That three, we should be able to speak about when are we going to have a full batch of buses running on the road. We can't be a government that cannot compete Resawa bus service and Hlongwane bus service and Matole bus service and all of those. We can't. Then it means that if we can't be able to resolve this kind of challenges in the shortest possible future, then this matter will have a negative impact on the government of the province. And all of us must ensure that the implication of the non-resolve of these matters will have a far implication on the part of government. And for that, administrative cadres, all of us seated here as politicians, must ensure that we are able to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. It is within us, we should be able to resolve that. Thanks very much on behalf of our people.
Thank you so much. Honorable Majiman, are you okay? Okay. Honorable members, do you still have any addition before I hand over to Honorable MEC? Okay, thank you very much. Honorable MEC, over to you.
Thank you very much. I will start there by acting CEO to respond, and then Accounting Authority Group CEO, and then HOD. But I will also give to Treasury because there are questions that went directly to them.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, and thank you, Chair. I will share the questions with my colleague, the acting CFO, particularly on the projection and cash questions and creditors questions. Let me start here. I will go through them in the order that honorable members asked. The first one was, does GNT have funds to pay for these pension funds, that the legacy pension funds? And the answer is no. GNT does not have those funds. And as soon as it's concluded and the exact amount is known, we should then be able to process a request for assistance to the shareholder. And then the other questions, as we go along, it's how much have we borrowed from Ledet? Has GNT borrowed from Ledet? It is 30 million that was borrowed to assist GNT from April up to the 7th of June. And that it's a loan. It's an intercompany loan between GNT and Ledet, the shareholder. And then the other questions, the one was how many buses in total do we have on the road? Is 219, 168 from the lease, and then 51 owned buses. And then there's these other ones my colleague will talk to, which relates to the funds or the cash flows. The selling of scraps or old buses, we indicated or we will follow the process because we need to have necessary approval so that we are able to remove them from the asset register, and that must be done correctly in terms of the policies, the financial policies and the PFMA. We here have at the Palabora buses that there's one bus in Palabora that is moving. It's correct. The other buses have broken down, and they will be fixed as part of the fixing. Initially, there were 5 buses that were allocated to that depot, and in total, Palabora requires 4 buses to do the routes that we have in Palabora. And the electricity switched off. It's correct that at some point, I think 2 weeks ago or so, it was switched off because we have a debt of 9 million or so with the municipality, and we have an arrangement to pay until we are able to clear that debt. But we have since engaged the municipality and restored the arrangement, and we have paid, and hence they have switched on. So it is a debt that, like other debts, we are arranging to pay in the manner that the funds that we have every month, the distance that they can go. And then the standing buses in Seshego, currently we have the number of drivers equal to the number of buses that we have. When we ramped up the operation, leasing more buses so that we can do the routes, the drivers that were there are now occupied, but we are not able to hire spare drivers. Ordinarily, in a normal operation, you would have 1 driver for 10 buses as a spare. So if you have 30, then you will have 3 spare drivers. If you have 50, you will have 5, and so on. But with the resources that we have trying to manage month to month until we reach break even, we are not able to have spare drivers. And that leads to instances of situations that honorable member found when they went to the show. Because if drivers put in a sick leave for that day, then you have a situation where you do not have a driver to drive the other bus. And then in terms of the costs, I think this one will break it down as my colleague will be coming in. The subcontracting, which is also another question around it, and then I will talk to it here. This subcontracting, it's part of the award that all operators got when they received contracts from the Department of Transport and Community Safety. When we were, as operators, given contracts to operate for the next 5 years and 7 years respectively. So the contract was not advertised in a bid. They used the National Land Act to allow them to do what is called negotiated contract. So all of us as operators, for the routes that we got, we are required to empower others with the 30%. And we have completed the terms, and the department has now released us to go out and subcontract. So the actual targeted date for the subcontractors to begin to do the routes, it's 1 September 2026. The advert will be running before the end of June. For that, as GNT, we are going to comply with that aspect. Now, what it means is, or what it implies in terms of the last question that was asked, when are we going to do 100% routes? This subcontract will help us do 100% routes because currently we are doing roughly 80% of the routes that we have. And other routes are still held back, meaning we have not activated them because we could not do them as we're increasing buses and so on. So the subcontracting, which is a requirement, to us it will also help us plug the gap that we have in terms of the buses. And the 80% that we are doing with the 20% that is remaining, The 20% will be plugged by those subcontracted buses. And as we release the leased buses, the other 10%, would come from the current operation of around 80%. And then the amount for fixing the 55 buses that we're going to start with from the 96 that we spoke about, it's 47 million. That's the budget that we have to fix the 55 buses of the 96 buses that we need to fix. And then there was a question about, or an input about auction of the buses that we said are scrap, or the others, do require extensive work. We will do that. We will follow that auction as well. It was put in place before, and there was a base price, but the bidders in that case bidded below the base price, and as such, it couldn't release the buses at the time. But we will indeed follow the guidance from the Honourable Committee. In terms of the technical capacity, we do have 23 artisans in total in the company, and we also have trainees from the TVET colleges. Currently, we have 10, and we still have other offers that when we start this program of fixing the 55 buses, we will also increase that capacity so that we can have additional pair of hands, but also transfer of skill. And then the pension settlement, we are not able to put a date as we are sitting in this meeting, because one, we do not have those funds ourselves, and the final figure still to be finalized. But we commit that when we have the final figure, we'll start the process of engaging, and based on that, we'll be able to put up the timelines. And then the Mpumalanga routes, we have this contract, and our intention is to run it out until the end of it, which it's 27 March next year. But if we are guided differently, we will also comply and follow the other route. I'm just going through them here so that I can touch those. Again, here there are those regarding the dates, and also providing the dates for scrap, for auction, and selling of the metals that is there. We will provide subsequent to the process that we reported that we are undergoing, so that we don't misstep and we have irregularity in the process. So once there is clarity in terms of the approvals that we need, we should be able to provide timelines as well on the scrapping and auction. And then in terms of the fallback after lapses of the leases, we are working to meet the deadlines, or to meet the timelines in terms of receiving and fixing the buses. However, in cases where we would not be able to meet them, we will not have a gap, because we can extend for a month or so for the lease buses to remain while we cover up the gap, although the intention and the desire is not to fall on that phase of wanting to extend for those additional months or so. Our target is to really meet these targets of introducing buses from new ones and from being fixed, so that we can get to the sustainability well in time. And then in terms of the number of employees, we have 521, and then 208 is the drivers. So the drivers themselves are not in excess. We actually need 204 drivers with 185 buses after subcontracting. So the drivers are not in excess, but the non-driver staff is the ones that, in terms of excess or not, we have more in those areas. And I must just here indicate that there were times where GNT was having a big operation, more routes, and therefore more buses. Like at one stage there were 496 buses, but because this is a contract, and as other service providers also emerge, they get the contract as well, and naturally then GNT becomes smaller. Hence, we also have this 30% now, which would mean the operators that we have, including GNT, when this current contract comes to an end, then we would have empowered others to be able to also stand on their own, and we will diminish further in that way. So that's where it's basically coming from. And then the question of refurbishment, when will it start? The fixing that we are on now, we are on procurement phase, and the plan is to start fixing the numbers that we have before the end of June. We'll start the actual fixing. We do have our own artisans, and the allocation is already made in terms of the first batch of buses that we are going to fix, in terms of who is going to fix which one, so that we can do that work and finish them and bring them on the road. And then fare collection, we do have coupons. We sell coupons. The passengers buy those monthly tickets or weekly tickets, but there are those who prefer to pay on daily basis, or those passengers who are not regular, and when they come they would pay cash. And in terms of the strategy to change GNT from being GNB in inverted commas, we took the guidance. We will accordingly work on that. And then the routes in Mpumalanga, we basically do not really do any work on them, except to do administration for receiving and processing the claims, and also the payments for the subcontractor, because the contract is with GNT, and therefore the department, when it pays for the subsidy, it pays GNT. So that's basically what we do there. Other than that, the contractor runs the routes on our behalf. And the action plan for the recommendations of AG and the oversight committees, we can commit here that we can work on the report, which would then be able to submit to the committee, so that we can be seen how far we are, but also be held to account on those. And then in terms of the information that we said between 92 and 2002, we do not have information. Whether the question was what is actually missing here. It's those records of who was employed and not employed, because when we try to investigate this issue of pension fund, one of the things that we needed to do was first to confirm, to start with the database who were employed, here, and such information within GNT itself is not there. And the actuaries also helped us to get all the records from the fund administrators, and all the information that we have starts with 2002. So it's a conundrum that we need to resolve. As we are sitting here, we do not have a solution, but it's a conundrum that we must solve so that we can ultimately have proper and adequate closure on this matter. And then the other question here, it was on the clarity of the subcontracting. I think I spoke to it about the 80% that we are currently doing with the current fleet mix, and then that the 30% would augment us to 100% because it will do 20% plus the cut that we will have from the current fleet. And the inception date, it's planned for September 2026 after we have done all the procurement process. So in terms of when we will have 100%, in terms of this plan, 1 September we should have 100% of the routes operated. And then whether lease buses make money or not, with them we are generating an average of 21 million, and they cost 11 million. So we basically have excess of 10 million from them after paying them. I think the other ones relates to the cash flows, and I'm with your permission, Chair, I will ask my colleague to take the Honourable Committee through the projections and the others that may relate to governance. Our accounting authority can then touch on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting CEO, and good afternoon once more, Chair. In terms of the questions that were made in relation to the creditors, we currently are sitting with around 63 million in debts that we owe. And I think when I also touch on the issue of losses, it will also touch on some of these issues. Our biggest creditors are Polokwane Municipality, which we owe them around 9 million in capital debts and 2.5 million in interest. So when we had our meeting with them, they were of the view that as soon as we must focus on the 9 million as the debt that we owe, if we can pay that off, then we would be in a position to settle that debt. And then we also owe the Office of the AGSA around 13 million, and Eskom around 1 million, Telkom around 4 million, and the collective of some of the diesel service providers, we owe them around 11 million. And then we have another 4 million relating to smaller creditors, which would range from the people who help us with the system and also the people who are just helping us on a day-to-day activities. And we also owe WCA around 13 million. And then we also owe SARS 4 million of interest. So basically, SARS, we have paid all the amount similar to Polokwane, more or less. Instead of paying the interest, we are asking to negotiate that. We have done the process. We are just waiting for them to tell us if that is successful or not. Another one to also mention, which is important, is the contingency liability for the bus lease. It's around 23 million because basically we are paying them on the days that they've operated, not necessarily on the days, the 30 days within a month. So sometimes when they invoice us based on the 100%. So that we're treating it as contingency up until it's resolved in full. That is basically the list of our debtors. And then in terms of the break-even and also the importance of the projection moving, I think, Chair, the biggest thing that also had to do with the projections are mainly based on inputs, and inputs, a lot of inputs that varies. For example, the biggest one being the buses. So whenever there is change in the delivery of the buses, that in itself automatically has a huge impact. And the issues of the implementation of consideration of Section 189, those in themselves automatically moves how the projection. So whenever we change some of those variables due to various reasons, then that needs to also be filtered into the projection, and it will also tell us whether we are going to break even or not. And then in terms of the actuaries currently, they are paid by leader, and I will ask my accounting authority, GCFO, to also answer on the amount paid there. It's because of they are appointed by leader directly. And then the other one that I think the other one, it's also about, did we ask for money from another entity? No, the only money that we asked from was directly from a leader that the acting CEO has mentioned of 30 million. I think, Chair, in terms of the projections and the amount questions that were there, I've covered all the questions. Yes, the 40 million. I think the amount that was requested, it was in relation to the projection when we noted that after March, towards end of March, April, when we were not going to cover all our costs when the diesel service provider started wanting us to pay in cash, and that affecting our statutory obligation, we had immediately written to the board had written to leader, which eventually wrote to Ledet and Treasury, indicating that we are estimating that we would not be able to cover our salary related for the next 3 months or so, given all the changes that were there. So the 40 million that were asked, it was basically to indicate that we will not be able to pay that, and also the fact that the diesel disruption has also impacted the concerns that were also raised about how we were paying our creditors, where we were taking some money, paying the other instead of paying both of them, because that was the method that we were using in the interim to cover the concerns that we were having. And that money, as I've mentioned, the money we got, it was the 30 million from leader that assisted us in the interim. I think I've covered all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will cover some of the remaining ones and then some will be left for the shareholder. I'll start with the appointment of the actuaries. The actuaries, the chairperson of Scopa is correct. They are appointed technically through the MEC. Ledet asked us as leader to run the process, and then we ran the process, and then they technically then report to leader because that is where the appointment is. And I think their cost might have been about 1.8 million. I stand to be corrected, but it's definitely less than 2 million. And then the issue regarding the retrenchment of employees versus keeping them, that one, Honorable Maringa, I think covered it in his response when he was asking questions, so I'll skip that one. And then the issue with Hino buses, where they are not being fair to us, it's part of what I remarked on when we concluded our presentation, that yes, it is true that Hino has not been fair in terms of the delivery of their buses, and that's why now we're bringing in legal services to look at it. When we look at the deposit agreement that we have, it says if Hino does not meet their timelines, then we have the right to get the refund. But then that might be a bit excessive, so we'll explore options that are available. There are penalties that the institution has incurred when we didn't have buses. And in terms of our initial projections, it was correct that we should have been breaking even by September, but we can't break even by September because the buses have not come. So that initial projection was based on the buses having come having been received and being operational in terms of the initial timeline. So that has had a significant impact on GNT. And then as such, the 12 million continues to be the loss that we incur, and then that is why the leader had to come through. And then if those losses persist, then leader will get to a point where there is no money that comes from the shareholder in terms of the bailouts. So that would be the reality that we face. And then that's something that Hino needs to be accountable for, because they impacted our financial sustainability timeline significantly. So Honorable Maringa, we are dealing with that. We've brought in legal services, I think, technically from yesterday, so we'll be having technical discussions in terms of how we proceed with it. And then the impact of Ledet on GNT, I think we need to do an assessment, and then we'll be able to bring back sufficient information back to the committee. I don't think that assessment has been done for us to be able to put our necks on the block and say this is the financial impact. And then the issues that were noted by the chairperson of Scopa, those are the real issues that we're facing at GNT, and we're trying to improve overall. I think the biggest issue is the internal control. Without an internal control that is matured enough to enable processes to run, we find ourselves where you are technically not able to account for the revenues you've indicated in your examples. And in the institution, a lot of our processes are decentralized to the depots. So that depot will do X and another depot will do Y. When it comes to head office, it's a bit of a complication. So in terms of the new restructuring processes that the team was looking at, which we need to implement, is how to centralize some of the processes. Each depot can't effectively manage its own bank account, and the CFO at head office then accounts for it. So those are some of the initiatives that are being looked at in terms of how we turn around the overall management of finances at GNT. And then the issue with the petrol gauges, that comes through the repairs and maintenance process / refurbishment that is underway. There will still be some buses, obviously, that haven't been fixed, but there's a process, there's an implementation plan that the team is putting together to enable us to be able to account and hold each other accountable in terms of how we are implementing and spending the finances that have been provided, as we ensure that there are buses on the road. And then there was also a comment regarding instability in terms of the position, executives and the board. I'll speak specifically to the executives. So the instability that comes with the executive positions is contributed also by the financial position that GNT is in. But then there are positions, technical in nature as well, that are essential for GNT's operations. Currently, we don't have senior manager operations, we don't have senior manager technical, and those positions are instrumental in ensuring that we have buses that are on the road, buses are fixed when they need to be fixed, and the people actually understand what needs to take place. So those, together with the positions of COO and CFO, are sitting for approval with PPMC. And then once they're approved, it will be an assessment that needs to be done, because that 12 million that was projected is a real loss. Because GNT works with actual cash, you don't really accrue a lot of their revenue. If the cash is not there, that deficit of 12 million means there is no cash that you can use to pay for certain activities. So the appointment versus delay, in some instances, that assessment needs to be done when we're looking at the cash available. But it is important to get the necessary approvals for the PPMC so that we are able to fill this position as and when the entity is able to. All right. Leader. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, MEC.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. Chair, thank you very much. I think technically a lot of the questions have been responded to. Safe to just add, I think there's a question about the projected break-even point and the confidence of the financial recovery model. So the accounting authority here, whose background is finance, we'll work with the team to work out the exact point. I think the point was raised by Honorable Smiley about when exactly is the break-even point, when is it going to be achieved? Is the September date still standing as it passed? So it's one of the aspects they're looking at. Just on the pension and statutory obligations, yeah, we are also, as shareholder of GNT, also concerned about what is the total exposure, of the pension liabilities, especially given what is owed, etc. In terms of that presentation, this matter is what we discuss when we are with GNT every Tuesday. Then the issue of the governance and leadership, I'll leave it to the Honourable MEC. I think on the issues of the forensic reports and discipline and settlement agreements, again, we are guided by the honourable members and the honourable MEC that the details of the settlement agreements are known and they've been concluded. We can make them available, including the financial implication of the same. This we can also consolidate the forensic reports, because they are there on investigations that have been conducted at GNT, and similarly share that. Again, we stand under guidance. And we take all the points, Honourable Maringa, about the new thinking. I think it's a valid point about how we plan to re-engineer the business of GNT, because it's no longer the same. A few weeks ago, we've been talking to G-Fleet in Gauteng. One of the things they are doing is they are setting an office here in the province to service even the government. They're also looking at e-hailing, which is something that we think we can copy from them. Just on the scrapping and the selling of the scraps, I think as it was reported that the process was stopped because we could not get the right, but we need to start it again. So I think we're gonna have to go back to the market and say this is what we want to do, because we can't leave it like that. Otherwise, we then live with the graveyards in the depots. On the issues raised about retrenchments and why should we not consider, we are considering other alternatives, like the natural attrition you referred to, Honourable, and workforce rationalization. I think what has been shown there is a combination of, it's not just one section. And I know you were referring to the part about if the lease buses are replaced, then the 12 million rand we are short of is recovered as income there. But it's all in the same package. It's one of the same sides, because that is if the staff is properly utilized. But I think the point that we took is the utilization of staff in underperforming, taking from underperforming depots to other depots. That's something that would like the accounting authority to look at. The MEC has established, or the MEC together with the MEC of Mpumalanga government, they've established a forum where we meet and talk about the service we are providing in Mpumalanga. So I think part of the discussion that's happening there is ready to prepare on transitioning, to transfer. Unfortunately, the contract sits with GNT. GNT subcontracted Mayboot. Now, I think it's not working well, because if it was working well, there shouldn't be issues. So ideally, we should just be transferring it to Mpumalanga. But because it's expiring in January 2027, but that forum that has been established by the MECs is helping a lot. And on the fuel theft, we take the point from Honourable Jack. I think I agree with Honourable Maringa that in certain places you can't steal the fuel. In fact, it's just impossible. So I think it might be that the GNT fleet of tanks is a problem. because if someone is able to put in there, and I had the chairperson of Scopa saying also they can put a stick there. You can't do it in modern cars. You can't put a stick because it can't go in. So it means as part of the assessment that the accounting authority will do is also to look at what technologies can be used to prevent the theft of, because it is being used somewhere successfully. So, yeah, with that said, I would hand back to the Honorable MEC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the chairpersons, the honorable members of the committee, and the MECs and colleagues. We have noted all the inputs and comments from the members. I just want to respond to certain clarity issues. One is that on 21 May 2021, the provincial treasury representing the government released the BDO forensic service on GNT in terms of the non-payment of pension fund for a period which was covered, which was 2000 to 2017, as a result of certain non-compliance issues related to the management of these funds and whether the Pension Fund Act was violated. It was handed over to Ledet for implementation, upon which for 3 years between that time and 2025, as GNT, we have paid 49.2 million to cover 996 pensions shortfalls. When we were almost concluded with that process, an institution representing the pensioners called Make It Happen Foundation said that there are still more pensioners who are not covered, the beneficiaries, and that we have not covered all the number of years, which prompted us to commission the forensic, which was concluded around the 2nd of April 2025, to look at the missing gaps in terms of beneficiaries and the number of years, the prior years beyond the years that were paid from 2000. Hence, you hear us talking about the period that is now covered, which is 1992 to 2000, if I'm not mistaken. Now, when we had started investigating through the actuary services for three months, this institution that represents pensioners, MEHAFO, then indicated that they don't think that it will lead to the successful conclusion, and therefore they demanded that the government must pay them 500 million. And then we were at loggerheads there, that is. So they walked out of this steering committee and engagements, and some of the reports of their protest in front of the Office of the Premier and GNT are well reported. And the Human Rights Commission then intervened and to mediate. Hence, you heard the colleagues reporting about the meeting of tomorrow. It's a continuous meeting, which is a mediation between MEHAFO and Ledet and entities inclusive of GNT and Ledet to deal with the same things that the commission report were supposed to deal with. Now, it was not necessary for now for us to even raise the expectation that is this number of employees or is 18 million, because it's not yet concluded. Only when that is done will we then report upwardly up until EXCO in terms of the conclusion of that mediation. So that was one part. On the issue of the violation of the Pension Fund Act, Ledet reported this matter to SAPS on 24 January 2025. And they have not concluded in terms of their investigation and the reporting. But you must also state that parallel to that, the President has issued a proclamation to be implemented by SIU, which is Proclamation 246 of 2025, wherein they wanted to investigate all the fraudulent activities in GNT, whether it's tenders or other backhand operations. And it was covering 2022 to 2025. We are also waiting for that report. But there are other emerging reports that are coming in terms of leakages, whether it's the theft of diesel and otherwise. So when we are done with that internal investigation, we'll also hand over those to the law enforcement agencies for further reporting. So that is that in terms of that. The BDO report itself was requested by the portfolio committee some time ago. We have submitted it. We can resubmit in terms of that. Around the 20th of May this year, of the 6 GNT board members, 5 of them had resigned. There was only 1 board member, and the board was not cooperating. And as a result, leader being the shareholder of GNT dissolved the board of GNT. And given the situation and the need to intervene, the Honorable MEC for Ledet wrote to the MEC for Treasury to apply Section 49(3) of PFMA, in which somebody else can be appointed an interim accounting authority while resolving the issues on the ground and appoint the new board. And while the Honorable MEC understood that there is a need to appoint a new board, his realization was that the gravity of the situation and operations and a whole lot of factors might require that this intervention by the interim accounting authority as well as the intervention team might take a little bit longer so that we can resolve this matter, so that we don't just enlist the new board members when we have not dealt with all these other matters. So that's why the Honorable MEC committed last Friday during the portfolio committee for Ledet, dealing with Ledet reports as well as LTA, that is going to submit all the reports around the changes in his entities, and it's still the commitment that he has that it will be submitted this week. Now, going back to the issue of the GNT turnaround and its revised form, which we tabled in the last financial year, it's quite true that we have not reached the objectives of that turnaround at all, because even the 3-pronged strategy, there are some gaps in it. When we think about the procurement of new buses, 71 buses is also delayed, and therefore we are realizing that perhaps we have not scrutinized the issue of penalties in terms of contract management. And it's a matter that this interim accounting authority is looking at, so that we can close that gap. Either you pay those penalties or you give the replacement bus up until you deliver on the buses, so that this realization and objective of delivering 16 buses per month up to September can be realized. So these are some of the things that we are dealing with in terms of the review of the turnaround. The issue of refurbishment of 96 buses, of which 55 is budgeted for. Also, that matter might have some gaps. That's why in terms of this review of the turnaround, we are assessing the capacity of the depots in terms of technical capability, whether it's artisanal, technical, or anyhow, so that we can see whether the timelines that we have given, we can be able to make a turnaround. And I think that what we have observed is that these buses, they come from original equipment manufacturers. For example, Hino, Toyota from OEM Toyota. So therefore, we might want to do some outsourcing where we have gaps in technical capabilities, because just to think that we'll only use the insourcing when we don't have enough capacity, it might be a fallacy. And therefore, the timelines that we have given and what we are going to do to refurbish the technical teams to fix the 96 buses within the timeline will require a whole lot in terms of building that capacity, including the short to medium and long term. On the issue of the COE reduction, it's also not the first time that we have done this at GNT and leader level, but in both cases, we remain with the problem. And even when Treasury allocated us this to in excess of 29 million, they said that we are not going to use it up until we come up with a plan. And the plan will address a whole lot of issues, the overall staff capability establishment of GNT, not only the bus to men ratio, but at the same time, we must look at the final delivery vehicle of GNT. For example, when we say that the future of GNT in terms of fulfilling that 70% of what is contracted to it requires 185 buses. And our 3-pronged strategy will bring 71 new buses to add to what we have, which is 55 to 58, and we refurbish new buses, you'll realize that the math will indicate that we will have 225. It means at all times in future, we will have a reserve of 40 buses, which will then make sure that it is easy to replace those that break down. So that is that strategy. So the thrust of this matter is that post the appointment of the interim accounting authority and the team that was brought through, we had 2 weeks ago a workshop, a diagnostic workshop, which was inclusive of Treasury and Department of Transport and Community Safety, to really diagnose the challenges of GNT delivery in terms of its turnaround. The team is working on the plan, including visiting the operational areas such as depots, so that within a month time, we have got a fully fledged revised plan to deal with the issues around the delivery of buses, the refurbishment of buses, the efficiencies that we must get at the depot level, because the unit of performance is the depot, and if we do not fix the depot, we are not going to get it right. But certainly, there are also other systems that will assist us in terms of the leakages of revenues, such as the bus monitoring for ticketings and otherwise. So all these elements, we have hoped that we will conclude this work by the end of the month, so that it can be tabled to the Honorable MEC for Ledet and Finance, and they start implementing, so that in this interim period of a year that the accounting authority has been enlisted, we will have brought GNT to normalcy, and therefore it will become then easier to move to a step where we'll then have the permanent board. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HOD. The first issue is around the submission to the Hawks. We said because the HOD has already opened the case, whatever malfeasance that come, we add into that case which is already opened, so that we don't open different cases. We might lose the track of the issues that are there. So the case is already opened. Whatever issue that is reported, usually we get reports from your unions at the depot. They will come to the office of the MEC. There are challenges here. This is what we think interventions will be done, more especially on diesel and parts. That is the main area that I think if we don't resolve, we can come with very good model, but the system will be leaking on the other side. We also want to submit on the issues of the board. The HOD has given us a guide to say that's how we arrived here. But I said to them when we were doing that workshop with the Treasury that I think even if I'm to appoint a board today and put it there, I might receive other resignations. I think what needs to happen is that we need to get into the bottom and say, what are the issues that are here at GNT? We have mandated them to look at all the issues. Your penalties, what causes the penalties, what causes the deficit, the issues around the implementation of the refurbishment plan, the issues around the implementation of the buses that we have already paid that are not coming. They must go and look at the contract. What does the contract say? Why is putting us in this situation? Because we are in this situation because of them. If 71 buses were submitted by the 31st of March, the crisis that we are having will not be the same as the one that we we are having now. The issue of Mpumalanga, I already have 2 meetings with the MEC for Mpumalanga, for the Department of Transport, because we said there is no use that we keep these routes. And sometimes when GNT has got challenges, those challenges get transferred to Mpumalanga as well. So rather let's work out on a plan, an exit plan. We are meeting on a month-to-month basis, monthly, to deal with the transfer of those routes. It is not only the routes that we are transferring to Mpumalanga. You will understand that there were also leader complexes and others. So we are working on government to government to see what is it that can be left to Mpumalanga to deal with, and all those issues, the routes as well as the issues around that. The issue of employees, I said to them, Treasury has allocated money, but it's not money to retrench. Like all departments, there is money that has been allocated for those who are at an advanced age, to be released through that system that is there. But Treasury said to us, we won't give you that money without a plan. Until they give me a plan, I submit to Treasury, then Treasury will be able to release. Even the money for refurbishment, I said to them, we can only release that money when we see a plan of refurbishment. We don't want a situation where we'll come back to you, Chair, and say, we have allocated you money to refurbish 55 buses. And at the end of the financial year, I don't have that 55 buses. So we said they must put up a plan, the interim accounting authority must put up a plan that says by November at least, we have got 55 buses. If we are to go to Treasury and say we have refurbished the 55 buses and we are requesting money, I don't think they can have a problem. But if we just go every time and say, we want money, they will say, but to do what? Because you don't seem to have a plan. The last aspect that I must put to these committees and for them to understand, we are having challenges with the boards. Last week I received a resignation letter of the deputy chair of Musina Makado SEZ. When I think I have stabilized the when I think I have stabilized, the deputy chair is saying she's resigned. I said to her, you can't resign in the middle of the audit. It's a person who is a chartered accountant who deals with BARC and other things. If you just go now, it means that entity is going to get a disclaimer because BARC should be there. At least she agreed. She said, I can take you until we finalize the audits, but from there, you have to release me. So most of the people who have got skills, they will come into these entities and look at the challenges and say, I don't want to mess up my my CV because of the challenges that are there. Even at leader, somebody who is a chartered accountant, she said, we think you can remain with your entity. So you shouldn't be surprised when I'll be advertising, because they will say, but we look at the challenges that are there and we think sometimes you might also compromise your your CV, and they just say, we are moving away. But we will try our best that whoever is to replace all those ones who have got, because there are required skills in each and every board. You can't have a board without a chartered accountant. You must have one so that on financial matters they're able to deal with those financial matters. So, but that is the situation we are going through, and we take the council that by the end of August we should have appointed the board. We hope that the interim team would have finalized the diagnosis, because they're giving me reports on a month-to-month basis on the work that they are doing. So that whenever we put that board, we don't just throw them in some of them will say, but I don't think I can stand here. Otherwise, I will mess up my CV, my career, and everything. I think I will just have to withdraw. So if we deal with the root causes and check where are the challenges, and then work together with the team to assist. We are also working together with the team. We said they must also then do benchmarkings quickly. That by the report that they submit to me, which I will obviously submit to the committee, they must have benchmarked with other entities that are doing well. We said they must look at the other ones. We have got quite a number of bus companies, but they said, but the prices of those bus companies cannot be similar to ours, because ours also has to deal with the issues of reducing the cost of living to our people. But we agreed they will deal with that. The Department of Transport is also assisting us with the installation of the machines that will either is SASA or any other, or Capitec card, as Honorable Maringa put it, can be able to tap. They are piloting, they are going to one depot, from one depot to another, and they are going to start with Makado depot and put in all those systems so that we no longer have cash, because the other challenge that we are facing is the issues around cash. I am working with the MEC for Treasury to deal with the memorandum of incorporation. We said we'll work together so that I don't have to go through a lot of processes when there are challenges. We can be able to intervene quickly through that memorandum of incorporation if we work it out and the technical team can work it out. Otherwise, where you don't have a team that can intervene as quickly as possible, it can also be problematic. The accounting authority we have given them, they must produce a 6-month plan, turnaround, like we did with the SEZ when they were having challenges. We had to go 6 months, turnaround plan, and then assess the progress in relation to all those plans. But otherwise, on the issue of pensions, as already reported, we are trying to work. We could not put it on budget because it was a contingent liability. So we could not put it as a budget and say we're budgeting for this amount. We were not even aware. So as soon as there is agreement between Human Rights Commission and GNT and the the representatives of the workers, then we should have the amount that we can submit and ensure that we work very well. The last one before I can go, because I heard the acting CEO saying 51, 58, 55 buses. I don't want to to put the number that we are not sure about, because here the report there is 58, there is 55. When he responded, he said 51. He must just confirm how many buses do we have. If it is 51, he says 51, and everyone goes our own buses besides the other ones. I don't want us to submit a report that tomorrow, when we go to Scopa, they say, you said 51, but here you're writing 58. You said 55. Yes. We just need the correct number. If you can just confirm that. The number of buses that we are currently having. 51, Honorable MEC, that the ones that moving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As long as you always give 51, I'll already give 50 something or is less than that. Then we are all listening. Okay, now thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mahwai.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. May I defer to the HOD, then I'll finish.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for all the questions and comments. I think very valuable inputs. I think the one question that was posed to us was, is the financial model achievable? And I think the CFO or the acting CFO touched on that. There are a lot of variables that will either make the sustainability plan work or not. The one is the buses, which I think now we've got under control, as long as they arrive as promised now for a week. The other is the repair or the rehabilitation of our other 50 buses. As Treasury, a bit concerned around the timeline. I think it's a bit optimistic. We gave them 4 million to do 15 buses, and that took 3 or 4 months. So it was around 3 buses a month. And we're going to have to look at a different strategy. We are using our Tevitt College qualified mechanics as part of their training. But we might need to outsource some of those to the regional equipment manufacturer to really speed up our refurbishment. I just think that if you look at what the CEO was presenting, on a leased bus, we make around 10 million, but we can make more if we can get rid of those leased buses quicker. And I just think that the timeline, September, in my own mind, is not achievable because of that rate of refurbishment that we'll need to stick with. So I think, for me, that's a critical variable now that we've got to sit down, and MEC has touched on that. The team is looking at that and stress testing the model to say, if we only get 40 buses, what will then be the impact on the sustainability, and how do we then achieve what we've promised? So I think it is still a bit questionable at this stage, Honourable Chair, but it's certainly something that I think we certainly now see in the light. It's not as in the past where we couldn't really anticipate. I think I want to call it voluntary resignation, if I can call it like that. I don't think it's retrenchments. But we as Treasury are very conservative in that, to say, bring us the costing. Show us that Gavin Pratt is sound and he wants to leave in December. Show us that MEC Mawai wants to leave in September. Then we can say, here's the money, let them go. Because we gave money previously and it was used for operations, and we're still sitting with those same people in our employ now. So we were a bit more circumvent to say, same with the buses, we're saying fix 50, you want 100 or 96. We're not going to fund the 96. Show me that 50 can come in and it's going to deliver the result. Then we can come back to committee and say, let's fund the other 50. And then I think we'll get there. So we are trying to be prudent in our approach to not just giving G&T the money, and I think the committee has raised their concerns, and we certainly agree with that. I think just on the proclamation, just to add, one of the issues there was the pension fund. It says in the proclamation, allegations and disappearance of hundreds of millions of rands. And I think you can see both from our BDO report and now the actuaries, hundreds of millions haven't disappeared. It was late payments that happened, and now it's this interest component. But the SIU will look at that too, and I think then we'll have a much complete assessment on this whole pension thing. So it's something that we got to take a decision on sooner rather than later, and I think Honourable Jack touched on that we need to get this money to those that deserve and were suffered because of some late payments. But it also then looks at the allegations on the fraud and malfeasance on the 14 G&T contracts. And that's the continuous extension of these contracts that we, through the national contract, we had to just keep it to like evergreen. And we now get into a stage where you're going to go up to a tender and we're going to participate. But if we don't get G&T right, they can never participate in that tender, which I think is next year, if I'm not wrong. So we got to get G&T right now, otherwise we won't be able to participate as government in that tender that's coming out, and that's not where we want to be. So it really puts pressure on us to deal with that. And then the other issue on the proclamation was the mismanagement of the diesel supply. Again, an evergreen contract that just got renewed forever. And now we've broken that and we've gone to the national contract to get the diesel. So I think the SIU report will also add credence to all the issues and help us deal with the challenges that are there. If I may, it's not really my space, but on the Section 49, the challenge that we had when MEC Matibe wrote to us, we were at the end of, just before we must submit the financials to AG for audit, end of May. And we couldn't then bring in a new board that had no knowledge of what's happening in G&T. And we supported the idea of getting the CFO then of Ledet to just come and make sure that these financials are credible, can be supported, can be submitted to AG, which they have done. And now through the audit process, we as Treasury will also step in and support her in the audit issues. But certainly I think MEC Matibe touched on that. We needed to make sure that we can transition. Unfortunately, these resignations happened at a very critical time in the financial cycle that we needed to assist the MEC with that issue. I think the MEC touched on the bus monitoring system that Transport is putting in. I don't know if Mr. Mangani is here, but it's a very comprehensive system, members, where even you can, it's a GIS, you can track the bus. Wherever it is, you'll find it. So if it's not on its route, you'll pick it up. All the information you're going to get from that system, how many passengers climbed on the bus because you'll have to scan your card or your coupon or whatever it is. You'll know exactly how many people are climbing on the bus and where they're climbing off the bus. So there's a lot of management information that's going to come out. Even your diesel, you fill the diesel, it's going to capture on that system. You travel your kilometers, you'll work out how many kilometers you get per litre of diesel. So you might not eliminate the full stealing of diesel, but you'll have a sense that something's wrong in this bus because my other bus will give me 5 k's a litre and you're giving me 2 k's a litre. What's happening with this bus? But I think it goes further than just diesel. It's tyres, it's components, and that's where even now with the maintenance, we're trying to make sure we buy original equipment. So if someone takes our alternator off, and it's a Mercedes alternator and puts a, excuse the word, but a Marco Polo or whatever, a non-original, we'll know that someone has changed our alternator. So we're trying to go back and make sure we buy in parts that will stand the test of time. And these 14 buses, we as Treasury also want to measure to say, you fix them now, how long have they stayed on the road before they had to go back to the workshop? Because if they keep going back, then our process is also flawed. Unless there's obviously an accident, fair enough. But it shouldn't be a normal service-related issue that you've now refurbished this bus and it's back in the workshop after a month or two. So I think Chair, from where we sit in, we think there's light. We now need to stress test this model, which we'll be doing with the acting CFO and the accounting authority, and give the committee a better reflection of if we don't make the maintenance happen, this is what's going to be the impact. If we don't get the buses, if we don't get the, call it voluntary retrench, voluntary severance, whatever, I don't know the right word. But if we don't deal with the staffing issue, this will be the impact, and then put those to the committee. Thanks very much, MEC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think I was covered, but just to emphasize the point, because it came several times, and I believe my colleague has said, as we all will know that we don't have the Section 100 or Section 139 mechanisms for public entities. It is in this context, because the body that should account, the body that should account is the board. So it's a governing body. So it is here that instead of having a vacuum of accountability, you invoke the PFMA, because at the end of the day, that's not an administrator, let's start there. It's for the purpose of accountability, because the PFMA is there to promote accountability, and it is in this connection that in the absence of any other mechanisms, because these entities operate in terms of the Companies Act and the PFMA. So the middle of the road is that in such circumstances, when those circumstances are around, they will have to approach us to invoke Section 49.3. And really, honorable members, you have done justice, because you have touched quite a number of issues. My personal view is that we need to rethink the whole thing itself, that we may be dealing with GNT today, we may be dealing with others next time. It should be remembered that we create government business enterprises for the purpose of two purposes: to serve the public interest, but also for commercial reasons. By now, we should be receiving dividends, and that has not happened. Did we adapt really? That actually, when the business of the business of bus service itself, it's a problem. So we may have to, in future, think about, as we handle these other immediate issues, what will be the best business model which will take us forward. But we took notes, and we're working together as this team to ensure that what you say will not be in vain, because indeed everything that you said, or your concerns, are really very relevant, and if we can just work on the basis of such, we can move somewhere. With these few words, honorable members, honorable chair, I think we can stop here ourselves.
No, thank you very much, honorable MECs, HODs, and your interest. Thank you very much. We've been talking and talking and talking. What is more important is implementation. Just go and implement, and let's do the right thing. Honorable chairpersons and honorable members, Labushuana.
Thank you, Chair. I think we were able to put proposals, and I think your summation as the chair of this committee will represent us in-depthly. As long as we've engaged with your colleagues, the chairpersons of other committees, we'll listen to your summation, and I think it will be prudent that honorable MECs have taken into account on all issues that we have raised, but we'll stick to our summation, Chair. This will be representing us. Thanks, Chair.
Deputy Chief Whip.
Chair, we don't have a Deputy Chief Whip in this matter. We don't.
I think it's proper that I think we got the information that we have been looking for. The fault with Brutus is not with our stars, but with ourselves. That's what we can say. The problems are, our problems are in our face, but solutions are somewhere else. I think in terms of the accountability ecosystem, we are still going to be convinced outside the perpetrator, whoever to achava, whoever resigner, en masse. We don't want to butcher you, but it seems something has to be attended to. I think at some stage we need to get to the bottom of the matter. What is either Wabaraka or Obafa wrong instruction? That's why they're resigning en masse, and those might be some signs that there are some deep-seated challenges. But I think all of us, we are agreeing that this is a historical matter, but we are just trying to come with that diagnosis to say how best we can salvage the situation, what strategies. But what is quite worrying, Chair, is as business as usual, the approach and the attitude that I think will not assist us in terms. But I think the situation and where we are, we need more of a business rescue, to be honest. But I think I've raised an issue that I think you have to consider that also we have what you call the strategies, whereby we've appointed a board by the administrators who have their own responsibility. I agree still the CFO, leader. So that something mustn't suffer, and we then cast an suspicion on her. And the PFM is very quite clear to say that if she's not performing in where she's appointed, there must be consequence management. How do we then strike a balance about the assigned responsibility vis-a-vis what is obtainable? But we are just cautioning the issue of that. These are the issues that have been raised sharply so by the AG. Your report is so minimal, but very comprehensive, as you explain. Majority of the issues that they're explaining now, if they were in the report, I don't think we should have spent a lot of time here. But I think we need to be quite complex and sophisticated in the approach of the business model that I think is needed in this regard. But also I think the legal part must then assist us in the turnaround strategies and all the models that I think has to be there and so forth. But what is the shareholder compact? I think that's what you need to do, the Honorable MEC, to the leaderboard, that you need to sign that. That will guide you in terms of what are the deliverables and so forth, so that we are able to hold them accountable for what they are doing and what they are not doing. But if it's just a gentleman's agreement because Jason is your friend, then I'll have a problem when we sign with silence because he's my friend. So that's the basic, I think, that we need to do, Chair. I think, we have been invited to this meeting, and I think the portfolio committee must take its responsibility. We are no longer going to come and assist, to call us. You have a duty. The reason why I'm saying so, the Zonto Commission is very clear. When all malfeasance and maladministrations were happening, the fundamental question that arises is, where was the oversight? Where was the portfolio committee? If you arrest the minister, you arrest the MEC. Why are you not arresting the chairperson of the portfolio committee? And that's why I think the issue of the police, when you call people and you say, I'll call the police, next time they will not come. Because you said, when they come, you'll call the police. So you won't blame them for that. That's my submission, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukwele. All right.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just the one issue that I want to flag is the members have given us, the colleagues have given us the revenue per month, per year, and all those things. So we are requesting, even if they cannot answer today, but we request the budget. We know that you have not adopted the 2025-2026 budget. Maybe on average, how much are you giving the entity? And we believe that if I times the 12,000 million by 12, it is giving me less than 150 million, which I think is more or less what you are allocating them. So based on that, they don't have to complain about revenue because they can make this, they have deficit, and that deficit, we believe that it can be covered by the allocation from the department, unless if I'm just understanding it from a layman's, but basically that is what you can think. And then the other issue is that we want to appreciate the invitation, Honorable Chairperson. And we indicate that as Scopa, we are also busy with the research in all the depots, and soon will be invited as well to come and join Scopa for oversight in all the depot in the province. I'm sure the entity knows that we have already made a submission, and our researchers are on the ground. That is why when I say in Palabra there are two buses, it is from that, and we believe that we will be having something very tangible. All these issues that have been raised here, we believe in that because after we have visited all the depots, we'll be having you as the top management to account on those issues, and we expect the answers. And we request that you be honest. If you have found rot, don't polish it, don't sugarcoat it, because that is what you found, so that we know what you are dealing with. I think that is very critical. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukwele, honorable members, honorable MECs. Thank you very much. I think we have come to the end of our meeting, but we don't have any announcement. The only announcement is that food is galore. So thank you very much until we meet again.